budget workshop all together, and really we have a two-night series of meetings here, meeting with department heads to look at the departmental budgets, get questions council members may have about the budgets, find out a bit about what the departments are looking to do next year and about what some of their issues or some of their concerns are. So with that background, the only other thing I'll say is we did about half the departments last night. We're going to do the other half tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Roloff to introduce the evening. I think he's got some introductory comments before we actually get to the first departmental budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have some revised sheets based on some items that were pointed out to us last evening. So you have some new pages for the parking utility, which runs the fund balance numbers to reflect what the actual experience is, and you'll see those in there. And then also some numbers on the TIFs. Trina, if you want to explain what some of those changes are just in general.
Yep. On the TIF 14, the one item that was noticed last night, and we have corrected, the annual tax increment in the data entry as 0 was omitted, and so TIF 14 has been updated to reflect the correct annual tax increment, thereby taking the fund balance positive.
Trying to find 14 here.
So that is attached on behind parking.
There it is. Very last one. You pulled this one up.
Which department?
Yep.
Got it.
Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. What did you say about 14? It was out of order there.
So you'll now see that the ending fund balance is positive for both 14 and 15. The other item that I would note is the TIF sheets, the other TIF sheets that you did receive. The annual tax increment, the 2015 proposed was updated, and that reflects the estimate as of 9/30. What was on there previously was the estimate through July. So those have now been updated to the most current information. And the only other
Councilmember Pansky asked a question about what happened with the police department. There was an issue with the lieutenant. I have some good news. The amount was correct, but we are going to update it. The reason that there was an amount in there is that there was a projected payout of a retirement that was done that back in July. I asked departments to take as close a look as they could at potential retirements, because there are impacts when somebody retires both on the payout side as well as the new wage side. And at that time, there was an individual who indicated they would be retiring. That person has now, at least at this point, decided they will not be retiring. So we didn't have the answer for you last night. Sorry we didn't have that answer. But now that we do have the answer, we will be reducing that amount. So as we're bringing things back to council, that'll be one of the adjustments we'll make. We found that with not just a lieutenant, but with another officer. Another officer has had second thoughts, and they will not be retiring. So we'll be able to reduce those payouts, and that'll be a direct reduction in the budget.
Tell them to come see me.
That'll be a reduction in the wage line?
Yes, both in a lieutenant and a...
Separate.
They normally are, but that's how they did it. We're working through that issue. They shouldn't be in there, but but once we discovered they were in there, it's like, okay, well, we're going to take it out. But
thank you. Appreciate you making those corrections just overnight.
Well, the number obviously didn't look right to a lot of us, and we'd like to give you every answer we can, but I'd rather give you an accurate answer than guess it. So, and if you indulge us if we have a blank look on our face, it's usually because we don't know the answer. So, but we'll try to get it for you as soon as possible. With that, we're back to departmental reviews. Mr. Larson's here with the library. Excuse me, the museum. I'm looking at the wrong page. Museum begins on page 237. And the museum budget is projected to increase approximately $88,000. Most of that is on the benefit side because there have been some changes in employees and what plans they're taking. This is another example when we have an increase due to just a change in the employee status for insurance, and that was the case with the museum. The budget is the the wages are due to go up 88,000. The levy support is due to go up about 38,200. And it's due to be under budget about $15,000 for this year. The levy itself, I got to get this straight. The levy itself.
Levy's a lot more than that.
It's a lot more than that. I was looking at the wrong number. I was looking at the budget itself. The budget itself is up only 38,000, but the levy itself is up 123,000. And Brad can get into the issue with the revenues. But a large part of the increase in personnel of $88,000, 78,000 of it is due to health insurance. And I think Brad can get into some of the issues with respect to the increase in the levy support.
You brought up salaries. I just want to question something on 241. The exhibit technician, you had 45.5 for 14 with a 47,000, but then it drops down almost 10,000. We have a new person coming in there at a different rate?
Yes, my exhibit technician's probably going to retire in June of 15, even though he hasn't formally announced it yet. So we're going to leave that position open until early 2016.
Okay, so that would be the 10,000. Okay, thank you. I figured it was something like that, but if I'd bring it answered. Okay.
Okay, Brad, you want to go?
Well, actually, the museum's having a really good year in 2014, revenue aside. We're working, early part of the year, we adopted our strategic plan, and we're working on the big priority goals for that strategic plan. Rebranding is one of them. Creating the next generation of exhibits is the other one, and then the third one is creating partnerships and programs. So we're actually moving forward on a lot of different ways with our strategic plan. But as it relates to the budget, the 2014 budget is obviously doesn't have the revenue that we anticipated for this year. And the bulk of our revenue comes from two things. It comes from admission, and it comes from store sales or photo sales. Those are the two main sources of income that we have. And unfortunately, we have less than what we anticipated in attendance. And so for the 2015 budget, what we've done is we've modified that. We worked with Trina, and we modified that to come up with a more realistic expectation of what we think that we will bring in terms of admission income, store income, that sort of thing. And really, it's that revenue side of the budget that we're really focusing on. And the key to increasing our revenue is exhibition, a new generation of exhibitions, and that's really one of the priorities of our strategic plan. That's really the biggest change that you'll see in the budget. And I look back at the budgets over the last couple of years. This is the biggest increase that we've come in with in a long, long time.
What were you anticipating on the fees and charges to more than double it last year, when the reality was you were at the same level? Which
we're at the same level, but this year we had two really good exhibits that we anticipated were going to bring in a lot more people. We had that Tiffany exhibit, the Angel exhibit. That was severely impacted by weather. That was bad winter, and we had a lot of cancellations because of that. And then our summer exhibit, which was our first natural science exhibit, which was called Bloodsuckers, had done very, very well wherever it had gone. So we anticipated that we would have a higher attendance level for that exhibit as well. But in point of fact, neither one drew what we anticipated. And so in looking at what we're bringing in for 2015, we actually decided to estimate on the low side instead of estimating what we had in the past. So that really accounts for the bulk of it, because without good attendance, income is down. The other big issue for us this year was also a lower than anticipated use of historic photographs. And I really don't have a good reason for that, other than the fact that people want to order their photographs online. They want it fast, and they want it done online, and they want to be able to just click and order, and we don't have that capability. And so this year we saw a pretty significant decline in the amount of photograph orders that we had. And I think there's no one hard, fast reason why you can point to that we didn't bring in what we anticipated. but we are working, we know what we need to do, and our strategic plan is very, very clear on what we need to do. And that's really what we're working on right now, and that's why I said we're having a good year in 2014. We actually are. We got over the hump with staff changeover. We had about a 50% change in my staff. I have a staff of 13, and in the last 18 months, I've had 6 new staff members. That actually is a pretty high percent when you think of training the staff and bringing them up to speed. That has an impact on it as well.
Why the turnover?
Well, some of it was just moving on to other jobs. That was the bulk of it. I had 1 retirement in there. So last 18 months have been a lot of staff turnover.
So to a younger side, hoping that they stay with them?
Well, we have 1 young staff member.
That's a specialty field.
It is.
So I'm assuming on your 241, on your personnel budget size there, you were anticipating 121,000 in health insurance, and you actually had 175,000.
Yes.
Assume that's because your new staff members had
That's correct. And then
different kinds of...
we had staff change plans as well.
Another question I had for you originally was back on 239. You're struggling with revenues, and yet look like you're cutting your projected marketing by over twice.
Actually, we're not.
I saw what the actual was, but it's...
Yeah, we're dividing it up into another line. So the amount that we spend on marketing is the same. It's just divided up between several different lines. So now we have, in 6410, we have part of our marketing there, and then the rest of it is actually in, it's on
6576 is under promotional materials.
promotional, which is the actual printing part of it.
And there was other materials and supplies that also went
Oh,
up.
okay, there, yeah.
And we also had some grant money in there from a GEM grant, a Department of Tourism GEM grant, which we won't have in the 2015 budget.
I was just going to ask about that, Brad. That's you know that you won't have that in there, or was it a matter of just not having the opportunity to apply for a grant?
Well, we may apply for it, but there's really nothing coming up that's really, I think, going to grab Department of Tourism. So we probably are not going to apply for it. But if we do, it would be later in the year. But right now, we don't have any plans to apply in 2015.
Brad, on that marketing piece, with the convention center coming back into play for conventions, are you working at all with, say, the Convention Visitors Bureau to incorporate the museum as a destination for convention goers that are not attending the conference, but their spouses may come, or significant others may come, and things like that? Some type of package deal?
Yes, actually, that's one of the things that's part of our strategic plan under developing partnerships, is we're focusing on that, and my marketing person is working on that in a number of different areas, all designed to create those partnerships and to create those packages. So the answer is yes.
Is there crossover between attendance from your events to, say, some stuff at the Payne and vice versa?
There is, and it's growing. And we're working on an idea that we presented to the Payne as a way to enhance that relationship across the road. And our capital improvement budget, the proposed capital improvement budget, actually includes the first phase of our landscape plan, which creates a physical connection, so to speak, between the Payne and us. It actually creates a walkway, it creates a gateway, it creates an invitation to walk over and visit both institutions. And then looking in the future, we want to try to pursue this idea of a joint ticket.
That's a good idea.
One thing, Brad and I have had discussions, and I've talked to Wendy at the CVB Landmarks Commission about working together to develop historic tours. So I think we're going to meet sometime in November.
Okay.
Start to get this going, get it off the ground.
That's something that I would stress that we can't do alone, the museum can't do alone. That's really a partnership project. one that involves a lot more than just the public museum. It would involve a lot of players in there, and for it to be successful, everybody's going to have to be a partner in that and work together.
Okay, should we go to 267? Is that what we're, 267?
While everyone's going to that page, I know that the increase in the levy is a concern. Brad and I have talked about it. Last year, because of that anticipated revenue, we did reduce the levy estimate, but in 2013, our levy support for the museum was $848,000, and it's $864,000 in 2015. So it went down and then back up, but that's one of those things. The funds that are like this, that are isolated like that, their minimal revenue really supports the program. The revenues we're going to be talking about in a few moments are really the probably the most reliable, maybe, revenues, because you have some control over them with the museum board.
We do, and what you're looking at now, there's the museum membership budget, and museum membership is really the fund that supports a lot of the activities that we do, the exhibitions, the programs, collections care. It's helping fund a temporary or an LTE position, and that fund is actually growing. We have really, our membership is increasing. Part of it is the rebranding efforts. A good portion of it is people just like what's going on in the museum. They like the new direction that we're going. They like the strategic plan. They're seeing positive things happening. So our membership is actually growing. And not only the number of membership, but actually the amount that we're getting in contributions. So that's all an indication to us that we're getting more money to work with and can move in the right direction. But it's that membership which actually funds the things that we actually do at the museum. That, the exhibition fund, our trust funds, and those are under the control of the museum board.
I just wanted to point that out, just because it does look bad going from 14 to 15, but when you take a look at it from 2012 through 2013 to 2015, the increase overall has been roughly about 3% over a 3-year period. Brad, the membership, you kind of preceded that already, so I don't know anything more you want to point out with that one?
Well, the only other thing I would point out is we've been working with Wisconsin Public Television on their new Wisconsin Hometown Stories, Oshkosh, which is supposed to premiere in the spring sometime. We don't have an exact date, but it'll be spring sometime between March and May. And we're tying that in with our 90th anniversary celebration. We're actually tying it in with our membership, and we're going to try to make this into a big deal. And it's really one of these once in a, I don't know how many years, I don't think there's ever been a really good program on Oshkosh like this. So we think we have a really good opportunity to really connect with people through Hometown Stories and through the way that we're going to celebrate our 90th. So we anticipate more growth in that, and it's actually been, we're actually really pleased with what's happening with membership and our donations, and it's going to be important when we start with People of the Waters, which is our big signature exhibit. We adopted a new concept design this year, and that's our big project for the next year and the year after, hoping to open it in 2016.
There's no questions. The next one is the Museum Exhibition Fund.
That's the one that we solicit contributions for, and we've actually got a really good start for 2015. We've gotten grant support in the form of $50,000 from foundations to move forward on People of the Waters. So we're actually we're actually starting the year in a really good position for that. 2015 will be design development for People of the Waters, but we also have two other exhibitions that we'll be doing. One is called Art of the Brick, and the other one is The Great War to the Great Gatsby.
There's no questions. Brad, Museum Collections.
The Collections Fund is what we use for acquisitions and for collections care. and particularly we spend a lot of that on conservation care, and that is a fund that's fairly significant. It's a little bit over almost $700,000 now, and it's been able to fund a lot of very important collection-related work as it relates to one of our core functions, which is that function of preservation of collections. So the collections fund are really it's very directed. We can't use that fund for operating costs or for exhibitions. It really is directed toward collections care. And we have quite a backlog of projects that we have that we're working on. It's all prioritized. And it's that fund that really does that enables us to go forward with that core function.
And I'm not sure how much, if you take a look back at, or if you refer back to page 237, the transfers revenues are really the transfers from the special fund that Brad's talked about into the museum operating fund to take care of those things, and the other one is the Duro Trust Fund.
We transfer from membership and we transfer from Duro. Those are really the two big ones. We also will transfer from the exhibition fund into the 241 accounts.
Any questions for Brad? Okay. If not, our next department, I believe we were going to move fire into this slot from last night. Fire department begins on page 105, and Chief Franz and Chief Shettle are here to talk about that. As they're getting seated, the fire department budget is proposed at $11.7 million, an increase of about $200,000. Most of their budget is personnel, as you well know, and I think Chief can give a few highlights of some of the things in his budget for this year.
Okay, as the city manager said, our overall budget, we're up about 1.7%. Breaking that down, 0.3 of that percentage increases in the operations side, and 1.4 in the on the personnel side of things. So I can move into any of the significant changes that we had in just the our general operating cost first. And as Chief Groyle alluded to last evening, we have a major increase in our cost for maintaining our radios with the new system. So you see that in 6421, probably the greatest change in any particular line item there, at least as a percentage, and that's what that one is related to. Also, just below that in maintenance contract cost, there's an increase there, and what that is transitioning from the first year of our new heart monitors with some maintenance contract included in that. Also, we added in a maintenance contract for the Lucas devices, the heart compression devices for that. We had a repair for one of those last year that convinced us that a maintenance contract was a good idea. So that's why you'll see the increase in that particular line. So those were really the major changes there. Other than what the city manager had shared with you, we had requested more, but some of that didn't make it. Is on the cutting room floor. So,
Chief, to kind of on that maintenance contract thing, you're kind of we're taking out an insurance policy to minimize our exposures.
Correct. And in addition to that, being a biomedical device, part of that maintenance contract also includes the annual calibration and certification of that.
Are those the machines the Altrusa Club have donated over the
Yes.
years? So we have not purchased them?
The city purchased one, and the other 4 were purchased by the Altrusa Club.
So those are donations. What does one of those machines cost if we...
About $12,000.
For roughly $50,000 from that organization has been donated back, so we're just covering. Rex said, an insurance policy.
Yes.
Great, Chief.
Yeah, and then it was a circuit board went out on it, and it was an $1,100 repair.
In the medical device business, electronics continually get cheaper, devices get more and more expensive.
Marcus, fire also was a group that was negotiating right now, and it
Your timing is perfect. I'm happy to report.
gets into that.
I'm happy to report that this afternoon, we reached a tentative agreement with the fire union that's comparable in terms for, as it is for the police department. Very few changes there. They went very simplified this year, and both the police and fire will be bringing forth. There actually will be some adjustments to this amount. Actually, it'll be going down for a variety of reasons, not just the fire union contract, but you'll see actually a slight reduction here. And when we give you these adjustments as you're getting ready to make your decisions, you'll actually see a number go slightly down in the fire department as a result of now that we know we have some certainty about where we're going with it. 2.5% increase for the fire department union folks, as well as the contribution to health insurance, similar to what was with police. Continue at 12%, with an anticipated increase of 12% in the rate for 2015, and then anticipated increase of 8% and 8% in 2016 and 17, respectively. And that's, I mean, other than that, there wasn't much else. Right, Chiefs? So thank you. I wanted to bring that up because the chief and Mr. Fitzpatrick spent the good part of today finalizing that contract.
So really, from the contractual services side, that's really any significant changes there. I'll be honest with you, with some of the maintenance issues there, we had hoped to fund those a little bit more. We're hoping for a better year. With all the work we've done on our overhead doors, I hope the maintenance to buildings covers that, and we have a little bit better year next year. You know, that's these are pretty close to the numbers we've been working with for a long time. And you know, I just also point out just some things that it's difficult, major compromises. The cuts that the city manager had shared to you, probably one of the more significant ones, where I had to put it in. There's really no discretion with almost every item that we have here, with the exception of conference and training. And so that's where we took the greatest initial hit on getting our budget pared down to the first round of cuts. Utilities staying relatively good. Hopefully we have a warm winter. I'm sure we all wish for that.
And backing up, I
Okay.
large dollar figure, but when you talk about conference and training, it looks like we're kind of coming in right where we were for appropriated and then estimated in 2014. Is there additional training that is needed, or what was cut? Is kind of help me through this to say it's about equal with where we were, but it sounds like we could have used some more.
We would like to do more, and where that really falls into place with some of our goals and things that I'm not going to back up onto that. I'd be happy to ask those questions, but looking to the future here with succession planning on our department, primarily related to that, of having some more opportunities for sending folks away from the department, not internal training. Our people are doing a fantastic job within the department, doing the best we can with the dollars we have. They're very well trained and doing everything they can to seek out, being self-taught, using the internet, taking opportunities on their own to attend conferences and training, etc. But the daunting task we have ahead of us here is that within the next 5 years, the officers and chief officers of our department, which comprise about 28 personnel total, 29. Of that, I believe, at least eligible, we have 15 or is it 16? 16 of those 29 eligible to retire over the next 5 years. So
Half of them.
our leadership staff, and of that, of the chief officer staff, a greater percentage.
Succession planning is a huge element, and that was the real challenge here. To the chief's credit, because our folks are so well trained, and actually a lot of our folks actually teach at the technical college, we save on training because most of our substantive training is actually done inside with each other. Our employees train each other on things that they've become experts on, both inside and outside the department. The $7,500, when you take a look at a department of our size, you divide that by the number of employees in the department, we've got less than $100 per employee budgeted for training. So you know that the training budget is really more what they can do internally, and they do a lot of good stuff. The challenge is that as Tim and Jeff are both, they and their command staff is largely ready to retire. Eligible to retire, I should say. I don't want to send chief out the door, but they're eligible to retire. So we have to take precautionary measures that we are ready for those folks to retire when they do. That's pretty common, in this day and age, but the numbers are appreciably higher in our fire department. So we do need to get prepared for the future, and I think Chief Franz and Chief Shettle want to get ready for that. In the event that anybody retires, when you have over half of your senior leadership ready to eligible to retire, you got to be prepared that some of them will take advantage of it fairly soon.
There are, for example, something that we would like to have more people participate. There are a few programs. There are in-state ones. There's a chief officer development program, but those classes run in the $400 to $600 range for a weekend. That's a program that's being actually done by UWO. They do it. We've set up a state fire academy here through the Wisconsin Fire Chiefs Association to try to cut costs down to get things in state as much as we can. That's just one, for example, and then lower levels, more senior company officers and training officers. The high water mark of it is the Fire Department Instructors Conference in Indianapolis, where we have enough to attend the trade show portion of it one day, but the full conference portion of it is $500 per person. Well, that's pretty much what we spend on the whole thing, because we do a whirlwind trip and pile in one motel room when we stay down there, things like that. That's the kind of things that we're doing to do the best that we can. At least we get some exposure to new ideas and equipment, but it's more than that. That's just one particular example that I can give you.
Other things?
Chief, I just had a question on the battalion chiefs. I don't know if it was the same 5 individuals during the year, but the difference between the appropriated budget and the estimated expenditures for the year, and then it looks like it's going back down again for 2015.
Yes. And that would be because in 2014, and ironically it was our 2 youngest battalion chiefs that we had. Unfortunately, one has left the department on a disability, and the other one has taken another position with Fox Valley Tech to be an instructor. So there was some payout of unused vacation time, and with one, it was actually a retirement disability.
And I authorized that they could fill that battalion chief position prior to that person retiring because we needed that person in there. It wasn't a long time, but I authorized that because we knew that person was eventually not going to be coming back. The handwriting was on the wall, and we still needed coverage for our BCs, so I gave that authorization. That's why that number went up.
Yeah, there was a period of time where we had overlap, where we had above that. We actually had 6 battalion chiefs for a period of time because one actually was not on duty. He was off on sick leave during that time. We were heading into the summer for him.
So it's more than just a payout. That was we were double booked on BCs, but it was necessary because the amount of time that both chiefs spend. I mean, our battalion chiefs work 24-hour shifts when there's vacancies. These 2 guys work 24-hour shifts on top of their 8 to 5 or 8 to 8 duties. So it's really a tribute to those 2 for the dedication they give. we had to give them some relief, and getting the extra BC on board I felt was necessary.
We were kind of at our limit, in addition to our regular, as city manager said, our 40-hour work week. And Jeff did more of that percentage than I did. Between the two of us, we worked an additional 110 24-hour shifts this year in the schedule, besides our regular work week. So to make that happen, but on a positive with that, one was nothing positive about it at all, because he went off unfortunately on a disability, but we promoted a lieutenant inspector up to battalion chief. So if you look at that line item, it was 140 and we came in at 97.5. So we've moved, that was the person that ended up being promoted. So we're holding that position vacant for the moment to make up for that overage in that line item. So we still actually should come out. As you see, we're looking at coming in just slightly under budget this year.
And under.
So we have 2 vacancies right now, one of them being that lieutenant inspector position, and now 1 battalion chief position.
Okay. Anything else? Laura?
No, I don't think so,
Yeah.
unless there are any questions from the council. Thanks, chiefs.
But did you have something that's...
We have
Oh, yes, that's right.
special fund
They're
accounts.
smaller ones, but they're very
265.
important. Thank you, I apologize for that. Page 107, or excuse me, not page 107, we already did one.
263,
263, thank you.
And
263, 265.
263, this is our special fund for their regional hazardous materials team and county hazmat team. And by the stipulations in those contracts, that the funding for that we get needs to be earmarked specifically for that. So that does build a bit over time. The reason being that this is one area of the budget where actually capital is it has been saved for replacements of equipment down the line. So that's what that fund, why it builds, why it isn't 100% in and out in that particular year. So we have purchased over the years, replaced vehicles, replaced other equipment for the hazmat team through this fund, and that's how that's structured to do that. And this also covers the training cost, and actually a small percentage of one of the battalion chiefs on the line, that fund gets transferred in. That's part of our revenues for that. With this, and just we'll be coming to the next council meeting with this. We are negotiating also with Green Lake County to provide service.
Hazmat service?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a request from the state?
No, their request.
Their request, okay. Because that hazmat is set up in regions, right? If I remember
Yes.
from my
Yes,
days.
and by county and by region.
Okay.
So every county has a level of responsibility, and then the state provides the next tier for that region.
And we're part of the state plan too, right?
Yes.
So then, does that Green Lake would be adding to our district, or?
They're already in our regional response district. We have another lower level of responsibility for Winnebago County for minor hazmat spills.
So how will that work if the hazmat team goes out of county? You're taking how many officers out of our jurisdiction roughly?
It depends, minimum of 5.
Okay. And how do you cover that when the hazmat teams go out of county then?
They're called back on, personnel are returned on overtime, and then that's all part of the bill to the spiller.
Okay. And then do we have those mutual aid agreements with the surrounding townships in case we would need them also?
Yes.
Okay. How about the fire grant?
Then the EMS grant, what this is we get federal assistance money for every EMS agency does in the state, and that money's kind of, as most grant programs, has been going down over the years. What we're allowed to use this for is EMS training and replacement of EMS equipment.
Questions?
Thank you.
One question. On the EMS side of things, we currently run five ambulances
We have
throughout the city?
We have 3 primary ambulances that are each staffed with 2 paramedics, and then there are 4 that are cross-staffed, that they're personnel from an engine company. The engine will go out of service, and the ambulance will take that call when the 3 primaries are busy. Then we also have 2 in reserve that are used for either when one's out of service for a repair or the other for special events, which in the summertime, we usually have 9 of them in service.
Okay. On the EMS side, how is the billing stuff coming? I know we switched companies several years ago, been increasing. It seems like the bill pays are coming back. Are we still doing fairly well, and you're happy with the service we have?
We're doing fairly well, and I'm sure that if you talk to anyone in the medical business, hospitals alike, the difficulty is when we look at our payer mix, is the term that they use on the percentage of folks that you have that are insured versus Medicare and Medicaid. Roughly, we're in the 43 to 45% are Medicare and Medicaid, and the difficulty with that is, from an unfunded mandate standpoint, if you want to look at it from that perspective, their reimbursement rates have not changed in the last 14 years. Has not been any kind of cost of living multiplier or cost increase on the part of what the feds have given us for that. We're still locked in at the same dollar amounts they've been given.
On the CMS grant, that's based on the state giving back money. Is that, Mark, is that kind of like that 80,000 thing you were talking about, that the state reimburses us for state facilities? Is there anything we can do as a city or council to kind of lobby the state to keep that funding up or increase that funding for EMS services?
I think Tim knows this, the situation at the state regarding this specific program. This is, they've funded it in the past, but they keep going back and forth with it. But the latest you hear is that they're going to keep whittling away at it.
They've really, this one, why we've gone down to less is they've shifted more dollars actually to rural areas with this, that the basic level service.
To their first responders, yeah.
And, EMT ambulances.
Okay.
When the language of these grants were written, paramedics were relatively new or not even in existence, so it stated this funding is for EMT training, so they've taken the opportunity to interpret that literally and only give it to services that perform at the EMT basic level, so we don't get. So
that was one of them ones.
So when we get our grant, ironically, and I just had to show this to Trina the other day, we got a check for actually about $17,000 or $18,000. We have to turn 13 of it back because it's for EMT basic training. And I've asked the state 2 years in a row, say, just don't send it to us because we just have to send it back to you, But that's kind of how that's operating because, the rural areas have low call volume and are in the same problems. Actually, a big problem they're having, they do have a training issue because they primarily operate off of volunteers, and they don't last very long. It's a real crisis in rural areas, maintaining volunteers to perform those services out there. So that's on that particular one. But where the lobbying efforts really need to happen is actually at a higher level, and it is with Medicare, Medicaid reimbursements is when what that's causing is cost shifting into those that can pay.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Chief.
Hey,
Looking for parks?
we're looking for parks. Begins on page 145. There's multiple accounts. I think we're going to start with the general parks budget. Chad Dahlman, our field operations person's here, along with Ray. Just bear with me a second, because I've been misreading things, so I got to take my glasses off on this. That's where I got caught with the museum. Just give me a moment. Parks begins on page 145 again. The budget is $1,656,000, which is about $40,000 over its current budget for the previous year. Ray and Chad are here to
Sure.
fill you in on anything that may be appropriate.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge that we had this year, just like you probably had at home, was trying to keep up with lawn mowing. That's where a lot of our staff time was spent. We tried to do at the end of the year was get a lot of our projects taken care of, and we had to defer a lot of our projects till the end of the year. But thankfully, we were able to get a number of concrete projects done, and if you've been out to some of the neighborhood parks, you'll see that what we're doing around a number of the playgrounds. Stevens Park, for example, is a concrete border around the playground, which makes it more accessible, and we'll have accessible routes going up to those concrete perimeters. Tech Miller Park, we did the same thing. There was new playground that was installed there last year, and we went in this past summer and put in that perimeter walkway. And at Bauman Park, which for the past 2.5 to 3 years was the site for the dredging project of the creek and the sediment bags, those have been removed, and we've restored that park with new equipment. Again, our staff did an in-house perimeter walk there, and the ball diamond fence was recently installed. So I think the neighbors are very happy to have their park back in that area. So those are the big areas that we're concentrating on this year. But as I said, the lawn mowing really never took a break this year. We usually get some break in July and August, but not having that hot weather really hampered what we could get done in the house. So if there's any specific questions about anything line item related in the parks budget, we did have some seasonal personnel that the city manager has already removed from our budget. It's a number of positions which we're working on figuring out ways that we might be able to accommodate what those seasonal staff did. Again, they help us with a lot of the lawn mowing and ball field maintenance. As you recall, the department used to use a lot of inmate labor in the past. Since the concealed carry law had passed, we're no longer allowed to use inmates in the parks for fear that they may find or come upon weapons in the parks. Chad has opened the discussions with the Department of Corrections recently to see if that's something that they would allow us to start using again, specifically at Menominee Park and a few of the other parks that we have close supervision on. So that's one area we're looking at, maybe getting some inmate labor back to assist us again. But it's really hurt us because we need to have the supervision of them, but they do some work for us, which in the seasonal staff, if we're being cut, we need to look for alternatives.
Looks like you made a switch in positions.
Yeah, on the groundskeeper, we had originally 3 groundskeepers and 5 trades techs. We had a retirement at the end of last year who was a trades tech, and what we did was left that position and promoted one of our internal groundskeepers into that trades tech position. So on the groundskeeper side, you'll see a reduction of about $40,000 and then an increase on the trades tech of about $40,000. So what we're trying to do is get more of our staff to be trades techs, which is they're a little more focused in some type of a trade, whether it's building, concrete, electrical, and this individual fit into one of those slots, so we were happy to promote him from within.
Any questions?
See, the marketing fund development coordinators that have filled right now, I know you just had lost or had an employee leave. Is that?
That's a position that we share with the senior center. There is a half-time position at the senior center, and we have a quarter of that position in our budget that helps us and helps Jenny with a lot of the special event promotion. And we did recently just have that individual resign and take another position. And I believe Mark is working on getting the final hire. So within the next couple of weeks or within the next month or so, we're hoping to have that marketing individual back in staff. So it's a way that we work interdivision to get some of the promotion done. There's no other questions. We can move on to forestry. Bill Sturm is on vacation, so hopefully I can address any of the questions that you might have. But forestry budget is it's pretty straightforward. It's personnel costs and some of the repair maintenance supplies. One of the big items that we wanted to make you and the public aware of this year, and it's reflected in some of the line items, is on how we've been treating the emerald ash borer. And what we did this year was we had some of our arborists are actually trained to do systemic treatments of the trees. We treated about 300 ash trees throughout the city that are city-owned in the terrace areas. We did that in-house, and what that does, it allows about 3 years of protection for those trees. And then what we can do is, as we're going through the city, if we're finding ash trees that are on the decline, or if they're not a healthy tree, we're actually taking those down, and then we'll put those on our replacement list. So we hope to do another 300 trees every year, and then we'll get into a cycle of treating those trees in-house. And I can touch on some of those costs in the budget, because you'll see some of the line items maybe blown up compared to what was in the budget, and specifically the 6401, the contracted services budget. You take a look at 2014 appropriated, we had estimated $20,000 to have a contractor come in and do some of the treatments. What Bill was able to do was send his staff through the training, and we were able to do, like I said, 300 trees in-house. So we saved on that line item. But then if you take a look on page 154, there'll be some supplies. That line item's a little bit higher. Minor equipment, some of the equipment we had to purchase to do the treatments, that line item is higher. So hopefully they're close to offsetting, but because we did it in-house, we just shifted the costs around.
What can residents do with respect to the ash board? I don't know whether you're the right person to ask that at this point in time. And what should they be doing? Not only what can they do, what should they be doing?
What they should do is they can call the city, they can call our forestry department, specifically if it's a city tree in the terrace area, we would go out and definitely take a look at it. If they feel that the tree is an ash and it's declining in health and may potentially be infected, again, what our staff can do is, we don't get into diagnosing their private trees, but what we can do is get them in touch with a local arborist or a local firm that can help them out and maybe help them diagnose what's going on. But they should feel free to give us a call, because we'd like to know if the emerald ash borer is within the city limits. We know it is south of the city. It hasn't been found here in the city yet, though.
On 155, Ray, on the personnel, I take it that the seasonal help is also being cut in the forestry department, that you're going down to 1,700? Actually,
Trina and I just had a discussion about that today. That line will be changing. If you take a look at page 151, on the revenue side, we received $6,000 from the Community Foundation from the Taking Root project. They support a staff member for us during the summer.
Oh, okay.
So that number, that $1,700, should actually be $6,000. And what we'll be doing is reducing our overtime appropriation for next year. The overtime is based on a real estimate on if we get storm damage, wind damage. So I feel comfortable if we're going to change those, we would take $4,300 from the comp and overtime and put that into the seasonal, because again, we're getting $6,000 that we should be spending on that maintenance side. Okay. Oh yeah, and Chad reminded me on overtime, forestry does some snow removal too, so it's all dependent on weather. It's weather-related overtime issues. But thanks for catching that. I did have a note to talk about that.
No problem.
Anybody else? Keep moving.
Next one is Riverside Cemetery. Again, this is one of Bill's divisions that he handles. Again, not a lot of items other than personnel. There is a lead person out there, as well as a park maintenance worker, and then we have a part-time secretary. That those positions are all slated to remain. There are some seasonal staff out there, and I believe that was staying about the same as we had budgeted. And again, Bill is looking into the possibility, if we're able to get some inmate labor. Again, the cemetery is an area that we really feel that we could utilize some of the inmate labor out there, just because they are on site and they're not moving from park to park. So that's another option.
There's an increase in the health insurance. Is that just a typical, somebody went from a single plan to a family?
I looked at that this afternoon, and there's
roughly $8,000
it's
difference.
$8,000, but there was nothing that stuck out. I think we need to look at that, Trina. I looked at it this.
I went from a dual to a family.
I looked at it this afternoon, and I didn't think so. So we just need to confirm that number. I couldn't find any reasoning in our staff.
I thought I remember us talking with Bill about that, but we can double check.
Yeah.
I want to give you an answer.
No, it's fine.
Prefer it to be a mistake.
Yeah, but
Because the net levy's up fair enough.
And it's primarily because of that health insurance, because the revenues,
So that's what.
the revenues are fairly static in terms of the revenues that are raised, but the levy support goes up because it's a $22,000 increase on labor, and it's a $22,000 increase in the levy. direct relationship.
So we can take a look
We
at
need
that
to
one
check
again.
that out.
Right. We can keep moving on. The next budget is revenue facilities. And this budget is, it's all-encompassing of a number of special project items, and I will get to that so you have an idea what is all encompassed in this budget. In here, we have the Menominee Park Zoo, boat launch facilities, our amusement rides, all our concession operations, vending operations, our Millard Bay buoy program. We operate the Reed's concession stand, that's also in this program. All of Jenny's Zoo special events that she hosts are in this program, and then the Lakefly Cafe are in this. So if you take a look at on the revenue side, the $225,000 for fees and charges, that is all encompassing from zoo admissions to boat launch fees, ride fees, concession fees, so that number we're very comfortable with. The next number, the miscellaneous, a lot of that is the $65,000 from the Herrenberg donation every year, and then we have about $10,000 roughly in other donations that come into the zoo. So we're very comfortable saying that this budget is doing well. If you take a look, you'll see that the fund balance continues to grow, but a lot of that is for the boat launch. The fees that we take in for the boat launch are regulated and must be spent on boat launches. And with the recent Rainbow Park Plan and other park plans that we've done, there are upgrades and things that we need to do to the boat launches in the future that money will eventually be used for.
And is that launch fee covering the expenses, or are we going over? We're going to need to...
Nope, it's, we actually increased the boat launch fees this year, if you recall, and this is the latest report I have. In the boat launch fund itself, there's about $160,000. So of that fund balance, that is specifically designated for boat launch.
And Rainbow Park still leads? Rainbow Park still leads in the number of launches?
In the city, yeah, it's about 40%.
You know, during that construction of the park, are we going to be shutting down those launches? Some of that.
Yeah, eventually we'll have to. We need to decide and have some discussion on when that construction may take place. It's going to be years down the road, probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there will be some close downs.
Ray, if you could explain that on page 165, the contractual services, because that used to be very low, it was real high, and then you tempered that. Just explain that one for everybody.
Contractual services for 2014, what we had in there was $50,000 to do the design work for the Rainbow Park boat launch renovation. We did not do that project this year because of the capital improvement funding dollars that were available. We're not going to be moving forward with that project in the next year or two, so I did not feel it was right to get the planning moving forward. So that's why we're showing only about $50,000 being expended, and $30,000 of that is for the zoo master plan that we're currently working on. And then the other $20,000 is for miscellaneous contracted services or work that has to be done on buildings or other types of repairs that we need. The $50,000 for next year, what we do every year is plan for about $25,000 in potential weed treatments in the bay. Fortunately, I think this is our second or third year in a row we have not had to treat. A lot of it's weather-related, and you just didn't have the heat and the weed growth. So we just like to be prepared for that if we do have to do the weed treatments. So that one, as Mark said, kind of fluctuates.
Question for you, like an appropriation comes in at 50,000 less than that, what happens at 50,000?
This, because it's a separate fund, it just rolls back into the fund balance. As you can see, the fund balance is going to be higher than we originally budgeted. We're going to end 2014 with $309,000. So it's half of its boat launch revenue. So we just save it until such time as we need it.
Okay, so savings within there too.
Yep.
Okay. Somebody has a question? Look at the Leach.
Leach Amphitheater, I think, again, from our department standpoint, what we try to do is offer low-fee, free, potentially sponsored events for the community at the Leach, as well as our Tuesday night concert series, which we're pleased to say has really, this past summer, really turned out to be some of the best year that we had as far as attendance and concession revenues, and we hopefully will continue to grow that program, and we continue to work with Citizens First as they provide the support on that for the Tuesday nights. One thing that does hurt us is when Waterfest cuts back on the number of their shows. That's a big part of our rental revenue. So they used to, I think when I first started, they were offering about 14 to 16 shows during the summer, and now they may be down to 8 to 10 shows. So that's reflected in the revenue side. You'll see that going down on the fees and charges, basically. But otherwise, Jenny, one of the programs, hopefully you heard about this year, we had it's called Touch a Truck event. Was very well received, did very well in concessions. What we do is if we offer it at the Leach and we make money on concessions, the concession dollars stay at the Leach and help build the Leach fund. So that was a well-deserved or a well-promoted event, and that was worked on actually with the Friends of the Senior Center. They helped out on that project, and they are looking to build on that for next year. We had a nice donation from Oshkosh Truck, Oshkosh Corp. that helped to keep the fees free down there. So Jenny's doing a lot as far as getting donations and grant support for those programs.
Ray, you mentioned about Waterfest and not having consistent Thursday nights. Are we marketing to any promoters or anything to bring in a separate concert or some type of an event at the Leach, kind of like you did with the Senior Center? Are we actually out there sending information out to different organizations to possibly have events at the Leach so it gets used more often?
We've had some individuals either contact us or work with Wendy in this Convention Visitors Bureau. If we know of an event or a special event going on in a community, we may contact them and let them know about the Leach. We don't want to overextend and steal an event from another location, but if they're interested in seeing the venue, we've done that in the past. What we've tried to do is promote it more at the wedding and bridal shows. I think what we try to do is get people, more of the public in there, and we just don't have the funding to offer a large show and take a chance on having it rained out, such as what Waterfest can do.
Well, I was not thinking so much on exposing ourselves, but exposing maybe someone else,
A promoter.
a promoter willing to come in and, we'll rent the facility for, say, $1,000, and you get 5% of the ticket price, and we're bringing in a bigger name group or something.
Yeah, we've looked at, like I said, some special events that take place in other communities and asked them to check out the Leach, and so we've had some interest that way. And I did take a look at the calendar for the Leach for next summer already, and we've got just about every Saturday, except for one every month, booked with either wedding, special event, or something going on, and just about every weekend. It's hard to fill those weeknights, but that's what we're trying to do on the Tuesday nights, and then Waterfest hopefully on the Thursday nights.
Do you remember a couple of years ago, and that was when Eileen was part of the foundation, there was some discussion about how to make that more marketable because weather was such a factor and a deterrent from maybe having an event or taking a chance, and looking at maybe like a big kind of like almost semi-permanent tent. Did that ever go anywhere?
Eileen and I looked at that. We actually had a firm come down and give us a cost estimate, and even Eileen's eyes got big for a fundraiser.
I remember that.
So, it was some astronomical cost.
Is it something worth revisiting again? Now that Diane's in place and is up and running?
We can take a look at it. I need to find the information, but the problem with putting a tent out in front of the Leach is you need to make sure that it's high enough so that if people are sitting back on the grass, their view isn't getting obstructed. But the higher you go with this tent or this structure, the more chance it's going to be taken down by wind or wind damage. So it's really a touchy thing to take a look at, and I can pull the costs out, but it was quite a number.
They do something like that in Elkhart Lake at the Osthoff, and it's quite a production to get it up. It's quite a production to take it down, but I mean, it does withstand 50, 60 mile an hour, 70 mile an hour winds and things like that. But I don't even remotely know what the price is on that.
Yeah, it was a couple $100,000 from what I recall. Yeah. There are the number of events that are down there that do bring in their own tents, and we work with them to make sure that if they're going to stake them in, that they don't hit our irrigation, stuff like that. But so if they're a bigger event, they know to bring a tent and to plan for that.
Hi. I was just going to add the other thing we did do this year with the leaches. We did in the winter send out letters to different businesses and corporations trying to get the Tuesday night for people to have company parties down there. We do like a meal special for them on Tuesday nights, and those nights are our biggest nights. You know, they'll bring 50, 60, 70 people from their business, and we kind of do little vouchers for them. So we did do that last winter, just really sending it out to, you know, this year Oshkosh Correction did one, Clarity Care did one. So really trying to fill those nights with many different groups because we can accommodate them. So that's helped a lot in the revenue of concessions. The other thing we did this year down there is we added movie nights. Again, we do them free, but we bring in, you know, anywhere between 12 to 1,500 concessions on each of those. So now that the grant's not doing movies anymore, we've added, you know, at least, and will this for 2015, at least 3 movie nights, one a month, which it's a pretty easy thing, and people like it because it's free, but then they will spend a little money on concessions. So those are some new things we've added in addition to the Touch a Truck this year that have helped out kind of offset some of that Waterfest stuff. But
What did you say the movie nights bring in?
typically, you know, if it's a night, we had some big movies this year. We played Frozen one night, which was, you know, huge. But they bring in between 12 and 1,500, you know, which isn't bad for, you know, 2-3 hours of a movie. So that's been helping things with that. And so we're trying to do kind of more of those that we know will cover the cost of the movie, because to have a movie to play in public, it's about $350. That you have to have the license to do it. So it covered that and then some. And it's minimal staff, you know, for a couple hours to run the concession stand. So we added a lot of things like that this summer, which has helped kind of offset some of that we lost. And then hopefully next year, you know, we can bring more down there. So.
Question for you know, the balance or the fund balance is negative. And one of the things going back to the very beginning when we set up the lease, we were concerned about what's going to happen in the future and talked about it and never really solved that issue out there in terms of setting up a fund. And we're getting to a point where we're beginning to show some signs of wear, I assume. What are your thoughts on that? Because what are we in about the 7th year now? About the 7th year, 8th year?
2006, I think.
Yeah, it's 8 years.
Talking 8th year, so by the time 10 years comes along.
We do have a small fund at the community foundation yet.
Right, but it's pretty
for
small.
endowment. And I had a recent conversation with Carlene, and we are looking at generating or getting that built up a little bit more. We just had a conversation within the last couple of months regarding building that fund up as well.
Come due pretty soon.
Yeah. Yep.
About a decade. Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
The next
Water park.
next one is the water park, and it was a slow year at the water park, just again weather-related. A bad spring to start out with. The summer, if we had a 190-degree day, we were lucky. One thing that did help us having the Pathfinders group in the city this year, for the 3 or 4 days that they were there, they brought numbers. They were busing people in just constantly throughout the day. Concessions was up. I think in the 3 days they were there, we probably, was it about $20,000 above normal that we brought in, so that really helped our budget out. Otherwise, we would be looking at a fairly large deficit this year. So I think all in all, we did fairly well. There is the agreement between the city and the school district for the lifeguard services. That contract expires at the end of this year. We're already working with the recreation department on getting that draft agreement back in front of the Parks Board, and you'll probably see that at the Common Council shortly after the first of the year. You may recall the Recreation Department provides the lifeguarding staff. We provide the front desk staff, the concession staff, as well as the maintenance staff. And then the Recreation Department or the school district bills us for the lifeguard staff at the end of the year. So if you take a look at, there's a line item in here, 6446, the contractual employment, and that's the largest number, and that's all the lifeguarding staff and the head supervisor costs through the Recreation Department. I don't foresee that changing much. Between Al Wenning and I, we've had some discussions. The part of the agreement is the school district provides the pool with $40,000 annually to help with the operation, and that's reflected on the revenue page. Under the miscellaneous, it shows $85,000. of that 85, $40,000 comes from the school district, and then another 40 to 45,000 roughly we tap into the maintenance endowment fund at the foundation to help with operations every year.
We know what our attendance was this year, just out of curiosity? Because you had it for 2013, but of 2014 numbers for the, I just wanted up or down, because your revenue numbers aren't that far off
We're
from a pretty cold summer.
Yeah, I mean, we were down, the Pathfinders came the middle of August. So going into the middle of August looked pretty scary. But they were supposed to be there for 4 days. We got 1 day of rain the first day they were supposed to be there. And then those 3 days, I mean, probably made up a lot in numbers and revenue, which really saved us. But I honestly haven't had time to look at any of that yet, so we'll start that soon here. After we just got done with our Zulaween event, we'll be working on all that stuff now. So
Is the 190 both admissions and concessions?
Yes.
Okay, so concessions are in there, too.
That's correct.
Okay. The golf course.
Golf course. Might as well up right away. Steve's here. I can start out, and Trace as well. And if you have any specific questions that I can't address, but golf course, same as the pool and any other of our facilities and functions, very weather related. Had a cold, wet spring. Fairly decent summer, fairly decent early fall, and we're still operating. Hopefully we can get some 50s and 60s and continue to operate in the next couple of weeks yet.
Yes,
Bar's looking ugly.
Yeah, let's stay off tomorrow.
next 3 days look a little tentative, but we're hoping for a good November.
Golf course is obviously set up in its own enterprise fund where hopefully we're getting close to covering our own operations every year. And so weather dependent that it fluctuates. I don't think there's anything major that we're looking at in budget changes. Personnel is all staying the same. There's an increase there. The Social Security, for some reason, we took a look at, and that number,
Yeah,
that is a jump.
Good question.
But we did confirm that with the personnel in the payroll department, that is an accurate number.
How does that happen?
You repeat the question. We were anticipating another question, so we got through it.
Social Security.
Steve or Trina, I know that when we checked into it,
Yep, we checked the payroll system, and there was a misunderstanding that retirees do not need to pay FICA and Medicare. And we checked the payroll system, and they are paying FICA and Medicare. So the increase is to account for the employer share of the FICA Medicare.
In reality, that 93
It wasn't being, in other words, the 93 was not an appropriate number.
is not an accurate number.
that's correct.
You were going to go with something else, Mark.
Well, it was just more anticipating some other questions about the due from the or due to the general fund. Please go ahead.
I do want to have, there are some fee increases proposed for next year, and maybe, Steve, you can let the public know about those. It did come to did it come to the Parks Board already?
It did go to the Parks Board, and it was approved.
So it was approved at the Parks Board level?
Trace to come up and
Okay.
get a better how it should affect our revenues.
Yeah, we went through and took a look at the prices and when the last time they were changed, and a couple of our rates went up. We had a number of different rates, but our peak rate, I would call our weekend rate, 18 holes went up $1 a round, and 9 holes went up 50 cents. And then also our coupon rounds, we're going to tweak a little bit and get them a little more in line where they should be. We budgeted, we actually went through and I think we estimated about $4,500 that would increase next year. At that time, that's what we kind of estimated. Now, looking at the current numbers as of today, I would say that it's going to increase probably closer to about $6,700 based on this year's numbers. It could be a little higher, it could be a little less. Those were primarily the main ones were those, and then we're taking a look at a couple other little areas where we can raise some extra money next year, possibly taking over the whole signage, but that's something that we still need to negotiate and take care of.
The money that's due to the general fund, Mark?
Well, as you can see, that amount has still remained over $800,000. And so what we're asking the golf fund to do, you'll notice that there's capital equipment, that there's no specific capital equipment in there. We're challenging Steve and his staff to look for ways to raise revenue so that they can fund those capital outlays on themselves without requiring the general fund to pay those. You may recall a couple years ago, the council approved the purchase of golf carts through a lease, with a lease sale. That has worked out very well. We're challenged Steve to look for those opportunities. We may come back at a later time, but we have these discussions during budget, and that Steve and his staff are working on some of those things. We can come back. If there's a payback, we'll bring them back and ask for them, but in the meantime, we don't have any capital outlay in the budget for that. They work diligently to keep that operating at a surplus for the operations, but the capital improvements out there have still been paid for with general fund dollars. So when we're on the bubble in terms of these capital outlay things, I've said, Steve, we really got to start taking a look at having the golf fund take care of those things without going out for borrowing. And I put him up to the challenge, and he's taken a deep breath, but I have faith in Steve, and he'll work on it. And if not, Ray will kick him and make sure he does. So we'll get it done. But we still have that outlay out there that's...
Because it's been out there for a long time, and we're not making any progress at all.
No, that's the reality. Is what we're dealing with the golf course at this time.
I was going to say the 50-cent and dollar increase might put into Councilor Herman's golf fund.
No, my season passed, probably.
We haven't gotten to where we're raising council member salaries.
Well, then that will cover my
Don't
increase.
spend it all in one place.
Tom?
I gotta admit, I gotta apologize to Steve. I didn't help out too much at the golf course this year. It was not a good summer for me.
102 rounds.
Nearly.
I know, for me.
Oh, 2 for Tom, I think.
Oh, 2 for Tom.
Okay.
But they were still the only rounds of golf that I did play this summer, so I did patronize. I did spend 100% of my golf budget.
Your loyalty is definitely appreciated. There's nothing else for the golf course?
Okay.
We have Senior services?
Now I know. My heading was off. I see you increased the speeds. Thanks. 102. Like that, huh? Retirement.
The first budget for the senior services is the one that is partially levy served or levy supported. As you can see, there are a number of fees and charges as well as grants, and a lot of volunteer hours continue to be offered at the senior center to help keep the budget down and keep staffing down as well. I think the most current number we had as far as the volunteer hours is about $500,000 in volunteer hours every year that Mark and his staff are able to get accomplished without having to come to the council or to us and raise some fees. So the revenues, I think, are fairly straightforward. Again, what we tried to do was make Mark cover his budget. We are not looking to increase. I think it's actually a small decrease in the levy support this year.
Bush.
So
Decrease over 2013, but
Yeah, same.
2014 to 2015 is a zero change.
Okay.
They have lots of ambitions out there in terms of making some changes and improvements, I know.
A lot of ambition.
I don't think the city's going to be able to do a whole lot for a while. Look to see some.
Well, historically,
fundraising.
the Friends of the Oshkosh Senior Center were a significant part of the 2 previous capital campaigns. I've read that in the history books. I wasn't part of it, so we're optimistic that they can come through again. We're just beginning those conversations now that we have some conceptual drawings. We'll look at, in 2015, we'll look at feasibility of something like that to happen.
And that's the mayor, the marketing coordinator that we talked about earlier that helps us in the Parks Department. That individual that Mark is looking to hire has a lot of fund development as well, so that we'd be looking for that individual to take the lead on some large fundraising operations as well.
As we had those original discussions with some of the group, as you'll recall, we said would like to try some, but after money's raised, but it's tough right now.
Right.
That kind of commitment.
Again, just looking at the line items, I don't think there's anything that really jumps out at me comparable to, if somebody has any specific questions. There are a couple of positions that we are not filling or that haven't been filled. What we are doing is we had the interim health project manager who stepped in after the nurse position had retired after last year. What we had this interim health project manager do was make a lot of community connections that we can now have our programming staff, our activities coordinators, and our programming staff jump in and take on the lead on those connections that were made. So we no longer felt the need for the health education coordinator because we have made those connections throughout the community, where we now have programming staff that will work with the community organizations that we've made the connections with. So that's how we were able to keep the levy down as well. I think there's one more for
Where's that taken?
senior center.
One of the pass-through funds.
255.
255.
Yes. First page in the other funds area.
Yep. And this is pretty much it's called the revolving fund. It's the program fund for the senior center, so it gives the senior center staff flexibility in offering programs. A lot of the program costs are covered by the program revenues, so it's pretty much in and out. Mark, I don't know if there's anything you want to speak to as far as some of your new events or anything, or...
It went up a little bit because we didn't do a major equipment purchase this year. Usually we average one every year, whether it's in the fitness area or the wood shop. The guys are cobbling together to try and keep some of the wood shop things going for another year, so we may be able to hold that account steady. One particular highlight, and Deb was at the Women's Fund luncheon today, a unique, brand-new program was highlighted in the program where we are bringing high school kids together with older adults, learning how to use those electronic devices that we all carry around with us, or tablets or laptops. We got a grant through the Women's Fund to operate that for the first year of just about $14,000 for equipment and transportation to get the kids over to us, and they do that twice a week, and they'll be doing that throughout this school year. And one highlight was that older gentleman who had moved to the States from Germany, hadn't seen his sister 60 years. And when he heard that he can actually Skype and see his sister, just emotionally was thrilled and broke down. And that's one great story. But the buzz in the center is phenomenal. All these groups pairing up throughout the building twice a week, and the people are learning stuff, and it's a neat connection between the kids and the seniors. But then the seniors are taking that information and connecting with their families. So, really neat program.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Get ahead of the transportation, unless you're
Your
changing order.
transportation budget is next.
Thanks.
Mr. Collins is here.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks. Good job.
We'll start with the electric budget. I believe it starts on page 211. And the electric budget, which is really Dan Koosman, that division, is increase of about slightly under 4%, $18,000. About two-thirds of that is due to personnel costs. And we're due to be a little over budget there this year because of some basically utility costs. But Jim's here. Flying solo. You didn't have Scooter with you, huh?
No, I let him off for now.
Okay. Well, page 211, Jim, if you want to just kind of go over that.
So there really isn't any change in the electrical budget. I mean, basically what that is it's our supervisor and 4 electricians. They take care of all our electrical needs for the city-owned facilities, the city's fiber optic network. We do locates for any construction. These guys also, there's no labor in the street lighting budget. These guys handle all the labor for street lighting as well. So some of the things they do are installing new traffic signals, maintaining current traffic signals. They help me with any type of traffic count, speed studies that need to be done for traffic engineering. So it's a pretty minimal crew for what we asked them to do. A couple things that we did this year is we put in those the RRFBs, the flashers on South Park in Delaware and 9th and Minnesota. They've upgraded to LED the top level of the parking ramp at the hotel. They're currently putting in the new traffic signals at the across from the Public Works facility on Campbell and Witzel. So they stay busy, and they also take care of whatever they can internally from any city-owned building, basically. Whenever they can, instead of outsourcing those things, we do them internally. So they stay very busy. They're actually, in the past, they had some temporary seasonal help, which is we don't have anymore, that would help with painting the traffic signal and street lighting bases and some of those things. So if you see those around town, they used to keep those black, but now they're kind of deteriorating. But so that's the electrical department.
Questions? Over to signs.
Okay. For the sign department budget, again, there's really no major increases there. There's just the slight increase is related to a little bit of additional money for sign material. The sign department takes care of all the street painting in the city as well as all the our sign needs. And last year we had eliminated one of our seasonal helpers, so we currently have basically a two-man crew that takes care of all the street painting in the city as well as the signs, and then we have two summer helpers that work for about 2.5 months during the summer to help them get the street painting done. This year we did pretty well on getting what we needed to done. It's always a challenge to get everything that we have on the schedule done. We used all the paint we had this year. We're completely out of the yellow paint. Got a couple of gallons of white left. Got to the list of our priorities. These guys also did the bike lanes on Osborne Avenue and Sawyer Avenue this summer, so we were able to do those in-house.
A lot of people know about the ones on Sawyer.
Yeah. So they stay busy as well. We have an increasing demand for signs throughout the city. So they get sign requests from every direction. We get them from the police department, from engineering, from other internal facilities. So some of those we bill internally as we can. It's all a lot of them are coming out of the same pot, whether we bill them internally or not. We do the neighborhood association signs. They provide money for the materials, but our crew actually installs the signs for them, and they have provided some of the materials, and then our department will actually prepare the signs, put the material on the sign posts, and get them ready.
Jim, I noticed on page 220 under the personnel schedule, I take it the Safe Routes to School grant employees grant is up.
Yes, that is true.
That's not a renewable type grant at this point? Okay.
This was to implement a lot of this stuff, and
And I know we had some issues with what they wanted to do or the requirements in the Safe Routes to School grant. So
yeah, and Jim mentioned it in passing with the 9th in Minnesota and the one on South Park. It was because of his folks that we were able to get what we did done without that grant. And I think Jim, this is Jim's first public sector job. He learned a lot about how some of the frustrations of the grant process can go, and he was brave enough to come into my office and say, we need to say no to this grant. So, but his folks stepped up in the process, and even though the Safe Routes to School grant's over, that was probably the better. This position was probably the better part of the grant because it actually worked to do some positive things. The capital improvement part of it was nothing short of frustrating, but we got two done and we did that with the same amount of money we had budgeted. So there was a lot of creativity on Jim and Steve Godey's part. Steve Godey taught Jim some of those little tricks of the trade, and Jim's ready to pull his hair out, but we got those two in there, and I was really pleased and proud of them.
Well, and having been familiar with the Safe Routes to School program, I think with what we've been able to do, and then with the police department adjusting the crossing guards, I think we're making it safe for the kids to get to school and stuff. So a lot of that Safe Routes to program was identifying ways to get to school and safe ways. Well, we have sidewalks already, so the kids stay on the sidewalks. Crossing guards are a lot of that. What is involved with the Safe Routes to School is being covered. Anyways.
These guys, when you take a look at what was done on South Park, it's not just good for the school, but it's also good for South Park.
Right.
It's just really encouraging families to go there, which was the other part of the idea.
Right.
Yep, and with the coordinator position, we got a lot of, she worked a lot on the bike rodeos, which we had some I was able to work at the last one, and it was really successful. Also helping get bikes registered. We offered that at most of the bike rodeos. And then she acted as a liaison between the police department and the schools. And we had meetings every month at different schools along with East Central to implement a lot of ideas like Mr. Herman mentioned with the crossing guards and safe places to cross, identifying if there were safer areas to cross. So we got a lot, I think, for that money. Actually, the coordinators working as a volunteer. We don't get quite as much out of the position, obviously, as a volunteer, but at least we're still doing something.
Questions? Okay, let's go to street lighting.
All right. Street lighting, 90% of that budget's electricity. So we're really not proposing any increase there. We're rolling the dice a little bit there with electricity costs. So what we're hoping is that as we put new services in and we're able to upgrade to LED, that we'll be able to offset some of the increase in WPS rates. We put LEDs in as we can with new service. And we also, another thing we've done throughout the years the two budget saving, budget reduction measures we've taken in the past are we've increased the distance between street lights. That was an initiative and removed quite a few. That was done about 8 to 10 years ago. And as you know, we're still getting a few comments on that. And we're currently we have street lighting at intersections now, and then we're 325 to 350 feet between lights is our current standard, or from a light, I should say. So that was one of the items that was on a potential reduction. If we were to do something like that, we'd have to revisit that practice and come up with some type of measure we would want to use or what our standard would be. I don't think it's personally real popular, but it's out there. And then the other thing we've done from a budget reduction standpoint is we've reduced the wattage of the street lights. They're currently at 100 watts, and then they're at 150 if it's a 4-lane road. So I've gotten some comments on that as well.
Wondering, remind me from last year, the WPS streetlights, those are, the electricity for those is paid for by WPS, correct or no?
No,
we pay a lease payment to them for the use of their standards, and we pay the electricity.
Okay.
With our own, we just pay the electrical cost.
Right, and we try to put our own systems in where we can, except for it's extremely difficult unless we do it when we have construction projects, because basically we don't have the money to put in a whole system. So as we're doing street construction, we try to put our own system in.
Does this street lighting also cover our public parking lots?
In some cases, it does. For example, as you saw from one of the accomplishments was we put new street lights in Riverside Parking Lot Phase 1.
Yep.
If there are lots, we'll put our lights in. And as we redo the lots, they're always ours. And doing the LEDs as much as possible. And as Jim said, that's probably been a reason for us to be able to push that because there are significant savings. So the more we can invest in retrofitting, you're going to see the payoff in this account.
Right, and we do have money in the CIP for LEDs, and as we can, Scooter just ordered a bunch more to do what he can. He's currently working on the Acorn-style streetlights and replacing those with LED retrofits.
Any other questions? Transportation. Reed.
Okay, and Go Transit. Basically, this, for anyone who doesn't understand, I mean, the funding for Go Transit, it's basically we come up with our budget and what our expenditures are, and then we get federal and state funding. That federal and state funding has gradually declined over the years. So it started in 2010, it was at 58.5%. It's currently, current year was at 55.58, so you can kind of see it. It went down about 1%, then it went down 2%, went up 0.5%, and then it went down 0.5%. So it's not at the level it was 5 years ago. So we never know exactly what it's going to be until the spring of the following year. That's when they tell us what it is for the previous year. So it's currently budgeted at 55.5, and we were at 55.58 this year. So we're not budgeting any decrease in the funding. Of course, the interesting part in the transit world is when we reduce our expenses, that means our funding goes down too. So it's kind of a balancing act. We aren't proposing any major changes with Go Transit this year. A couple things of note are, one of my initiatives is to, this current year we've had, with our operators, we've had a couple that have had some FMLA issues, and we just, to fill in the vacancies, we don't have enough operators to do that. So basically when that happens and all our operators are already committed to other work, we have to get drivers in on overtime. So what we're in the process of doing is hiring an on-call part-time operator that can help us alleviate some of the overtime issues. So that's one initiative I've taken for this coming year that's in the budget. And then the couple other things that'll help a little bit is myself and then our administrative assistant, we both came in at lower levels than our predecessors, so that helps a little bit. And currently, the wild card here is we have collective bargaining coming up, so that's taking place the next couple of weeks. I have budgeted at the current, the 2% increase at this point.
And I was going to ask that question. Those discussions haven't started yet with your folks?
No, we have our first meeting a week from Monday. Their business rep's father passed away, which delayed it, or started negotiations a little bit.
And that covers the 18 employees? Excuse me. That
Yes.
covers 18 employees?
It covers the 18 operators, and then it also covers the mechanics. So there's actually 4 of them.
Or more?
Yeah.
Okay, so 22 total of your current 30 staff.
Right.
Okay.
And then a couple other highlights. We just, for that department, we did a rider survey this week, so we're looking forward to getting that feedback to see what we're doing well and what we can improve upon. The majority of our ridership is students and I would say transit-dependent citizens. We're hoping to get some feedback from non-riders to see what they would like to see, if there's any way we can encourage them to try the fixed route service. Another initiative we are undergoing is called Freedom to Go, where we're going to allow elderly and disabled to ride for free on Saturdays for a couple months during the winter. That's historic. Saturdays are a day when we have plenty of capacity, and we're trying to encourage new riders to try the system on a day when we have capacity, as well as possibly get some of our riders that may be using paratransit to try the fixed route service, which is a more cost-effective means for us to transport them.
That was for elderly and...
Elderly and disabled.
Okay, Jim, on capital outlays, I don't see anything major in there. Just want to get out there because we know we have any anticipation when we would be seeing additional hardware, so to speak.
Sure.
And what would the cost be? Crystal ball it or?
Sure. I think you're talking about like for buses, right? We have in the CIP request for 2 buses this year in 2015. We put the request into the feds. We won't know probably for a couple months into at least the beginning of 2015 if they get approved or not. Just for perspective, this past year, they only approved statewide. It was like 1.9 million for capital projects statewide, and a bus is approximately 400,000. So they only funded about 5 buses statewide this year in 2014. So we're hopeful, but it's
You have in here, looks like you're going to be putting computers in all the buses. What is the usage for the computers?
Sure. We are planning on putting tablets and mounting them on the bus, and what that'll do, it'll allow us to track fare types. They currently do that manually. They track it on a sheet of paper. So it'll tell us, we have the automatic passenger counters, which are going on yet this year, which will tell us which stops people are using and where we're getting our ridership from. But the thing it doesn't tell you is what type of rider that is, whether it be a student or elderly, disabled, if it's a monthly pass, if it's if it's a one-way ticket. That we're currently tracking manually. With these tablets, they'll be able to press a button and it'll automatically tabulate for them. It will also save our office staff some time because they currently manually input all those counts. So the tablets are about $1,000 each. We're proposing putting one of those on each of the buses to help automate that process, and I think we'll more than get our money's worth out of it.
You may recall that was a goal for me a few years back about keeping it, so this is the next phase of this project.
I figured it was. I just want to...
I just wanted to remind you. It took a while, but we got around to it, and the tablets are a little more durable because they take a lot of jostling, similar to where you hear about Toughbook laptops as opposed to the office laptops. These are a little more durable because they take a little more rattling with the bus vibration.
Are there any other types of software packages that might be beneficial for the overall? Because, as you noted in your comments about, adjusting routes and things like that, that all kind of play into that.
Yeah.
What our ridership looks like, what type of people are riding. Are there other things you might be adding to the package down the line?
Right now, our plan. This was the most cost-effective plan to do that. But what I'd like to see is that we get automatic fare boxes. We currently have the manual ones. Valley Transit, for instance, has the automatic fare boxes. My predecessor looked into them, and they're quite pricey, so I don't know when we're going to be able to afford them. If we could get them in a capital grant, that would be great. Mm-hmm. However, we're struggling just to get a bus right now, so down the line, that's something we'd like to see. But again, we need to replace the buses before we do anything else. So we'll see how the capital shakes out this year. As you know, we have quite a few of our buses that are at the end of their useful life, which is approximately 12 years.
So are we looking at getting the green buses again, or the electrical?
Not necessarily, and Jim and I had that conversation in anticipation of that question because we did purchase some buses in 2010 as a part of the federal stimulus package. But since that time, we have replaced the bus, and we did not replace it with a hybrid bus. We also discussed the possibility of going CNG with these buses as well, and Jim's done some analysis on that. So, Jim, why don't you give a little update?
Right now, what we're planning to do is replace them with diesel, and the reasons for that are versus the hybrids. The diesel, the efficiency of the diesel engines now is such that there's not a huge advantage anymore to the hybrids, and they cost a lot more. But the clean diesel technology now, where they actually they regenerate and they burn off some of the particles and make the air cleaner. And with that technology and the increased fuel efficiency, there's not a huge cost savings anymore versus a hybrid. So doing the cost-benefit analysis at this point, our buses we got it was 2013, those are both diesel, clean diesel, they call them. And versus CNG, the main reason that we don't think CNG is feasible for us at this time is you have to have a facility that's built for CNG buses, and we don't currently have that. We're in the old incinerator building. And in order to do a CNG, you need to have basically explosion-proof roof. You need to have firewalls that meet the CNG code. And we don't have that, and we don't anticipate having the money to upgrade our facility to make it CNG compliant, which would mean basically we'd have to store the buses outside, and that's just not feasible for us, especially in our climate. So
when Chris and I had looked at this, we came to the conclusion, and Jim just confirmed it, that for us to do this would take the retrofit of the building. Ventilation was another big issue, but we would need to get a grant that would fund up to 80% of it, as opposed to just putting the bill by ourselves. And even then, it was going to be a push to even justify it, because it's not, the advantage of us, the Public Works doing it, is we were building a new building, so we could retrofit it immediately. And we have an area for CNG for the refuse vehicles. The refuse wing of the Public Works field ops facility accommodates CNG vehicles as it's getting built. It's not a lot, but to retrofit an entire building is just cost prohibitive.
And this doesn't have any effect on our sustainability plan or anything?
Jim's really looked at the new diesel buses, and they are a lot more, they're a lot cleaner than they were before. And I trust their judgment. They've done a lot of research on this.
Okay, good. All right.
One of the things that's out there is not a lot of money, but $15,000 in terms of possible cuts if we have to cut someplace on Route 10 Saturday service. What are your comments on
Okay,
Route
sure.
10? How important, how significant?
Yeah, Route 10, we are currently talking to the county about what we need to do there. The county is a major funding partner for that route. So they dictate where that route goes somewhat. So we've been talking with them about additional support for that route. We've had just a couple initial conversations saying, hey, this route is struggling. It doesn't have the ridership that we would like it to have. Especially on Saturday, we're carrying an average of like 2 to 3 people per trip each way. So we are working with them, and then we've also met with Valley Transit to see if they would be involved in this process, and they're willing to look at it as well and see if maybe we want to somehow connect the two so that you can take Route 10 to Neenah, and then it's a convenient connection to Valley Transit if you need to do that. So we're talking with the partners about that. We would like to look at where that route goes and see if maybe that would help our ridership. That's one option. And then the second option would be reducing service hours because there seems to be where people use it in the morning and the afternoon, and there seems to be quite a lull in the middle of the day. I'm not sure, though, we have a contract currently. We outsource that service, and we have to look at that too. I don't know. We're still looking at how that would affect the contract if we ask them to run, in the morning and then idle for 3-4 hours and then run again, and how that would look. So we are looking at it, and it's going to take us some time in planning, though, because it has to go through once we come up with a solution. East Central We asked them to do some analysis on it for us. So they're running a couple of the route scenarios through their model and are going to provide us with some input into what ridership might look like if we choose one of these alternative routes. After we get that back, then we'll go back to the county and get their thoughts on it. Since they're the major funding partner, and their Human Services Board is who they have to take any proposal to. So I guess in that regard, we're working through the process, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
That's Route 10 overall?
Right.
Or is it Saturday service?
It's just Route 10.
Can be looked at it separately?
Right.
Because you're talking only a couple people?
Yes, on Route 10, right.
On Saturday?
Right.
And just part of Saturday.
Yep.
What?
Just part of Saturday, not all Saturday.
Saturday, we'd be looking at eliminating the whole thing.
Well, we proposed that. They didn't like that idea. The county didn't, so they wanted to go more to maybe a morning and an afternoon.
But this 15,000 number represents just part of the trips?
That actually, I don't think it's going to quite come in at that high, because we're looking at what the city support is. It's quite a bit less than that. It's probably in the 6,000 to 10,000 range is what the city support is for Route 10. The county supports it at about 30,000. So that's why we need to get their input. We did ask them for an additional 5,000 for this year. So between the additional money we asked them for plus what we would potentially save, that's where we get close to the 15,000.
Where does it go in Neenah?
Right now, it goes up to
Transit Center.
well, no, it goes up towards, Winchester Road. It takes 41 up to Winchester Road, just goes slightly into Neenah.
East rather than west.
Right. That's one of the options we're looking at is maybe taking 76 into Neenah, and then we would go past Kohl's and Walmart. Maybe we can increase some ridership that way. The county did a rural study in Winnebago County, and there's some discussions about how maybe we could use it to facilitate some service in Amro or Winneconne. There's a lot of different ideas out there. It's just going to take some discussions to see what everybody thinks.
Does it stop at Step Industries?
Does it? I don't believe so.
Route 4 go to Step? And one of the changes, does Route 4 go to Step?
Trying to think which.
North side?
We service it, I know we do, because I can remember.
Yeah, it's
In that discussion.
That would be Route.
I'm sure we do.
Yeah.
I don't know which bus it is, if it's Route 4.
Yeah, that rings a bell now. Actually, when they redid, when we redid the routes about a year and a half ago, it's now, yeah, you're right, it's now Route 4 that would serve that.
North Loop.
Yeah.
Back on the budget, any more direct questions on the budget? If not, let's get to the interesting one. Parking utility.
One more on the bicycle fund, right? Who's 57?
Okay, now I was going to do 243.
Parking utility.
Parking utility.
Oh, 243? All right, let's go there first. All right, parking, yeah.
You ought to be good on that one.
Yeah.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Okay. Depends on how you look at it.
We just gave the council a new set of numbers there. Maybe you want to go over those, just to make sure, from the script.
So the only change there is in the 2014 year-end estimate, the cash balance due to the general fund. So those for 14 and for 15, they've been updated.
The reason that you're seeing a surplus per se in the fund for 2015 is because that debt service that had been the liability of the parking utility fund was completed. You had a little bit of that conversation the other night. So the funds coming from the bid are still reflected in there, but the debt service for that has been gone. When we borrowed for those last three projects, we didn't waste our time assessing it to the parking utility because the massiveness of that amount. If it was shown here, that would be we'd have a $100,000 plus deficit on an annual basis, easily.
Yes.
So that's the only reason that you're seeing a surplus there.
So the 18,000 is miscellaneous as the bid.
That made the assumption that the bid would be paying in.
Those are the bid dollars.
I'd put that together back in late September before we had met with the bid. I think staff is trying to get us a meeting set up with some representatives of the bid board. I don't know how much that's going to change their perspective on things. I know there were other issues besides parking that were concerned with the bid. My concern was with parking, obviously. At worst, it'd be a $3,000 reduction, but the real issue is that we've got this debt that is not sustainable. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier with golf. You know, the capital stuff, the city has essentially been funding it with general obligation debt, but the operations just cover themselves. I would say the golf is doing better than the parking, but they both have that similar type of challenge.
Mark, remind me again, where's the study, the money for the study coming out of?
The money for the study, we're going to take out of some of the TIF districts. We believe that the TIF districts, specifically 13 and 15, warrant that, and it's in their project plan that we can do that. So we're going to be using some TIF money to get most of the north side done, along with a little bit of money from the bid. We'll use those resources to get that part of the study
We're kicking in
done.
50,000 compared to the 5,000, right?
That is correct.
But it's more than just a parking study, right? It's kind of a parking's part of that. We kind of expanded the scope of that, didn't we? I mean, it's going to be more of a broader of what the downtown area, future of the downtown area that incorporates, because the plan is actually done, but the downtown parking, or the downtown project didn't incorporate a lot of parking with it, and that now being successful has become our problem a little bit. So I know in our discussions, I think we expanded that, and that economic development, that's why the TIFs came into play, because of looking at future in that whole downtown, like a downtown overlay, I think is what we called it, didn't we?
Yeah, this is a lot more comprehensive than just a parking study. That's why, even if the parking utility had some money, I think there'd be a good argument to have the TIFs do it, because it's more than just parking. We're taking a look at what changes are going to be in the downtown area, and then what public facility impacts will there be. Well, the clearest one is going to be an impact with parking, so it's appropriate that we take it out of there. Now, when we talk about paying for that, that's a totally different story, and that study is going to take a hard look at who are the beneficiaries and how that should eventually be funded. That'll be a different story. The TIF won't be able to pay for that, and that's going to be the real issue. How is something like that going to be paid for when we have limited resources for borrowing purposes?
Is it the study just downtown, or are we referring to Central City?
We're referring to Central City, but because of the timing, what we're really trying to do is we're trying to help For Imprint. For Imprint is interested in doing some expansion, so we're accelerating the north side parking element of it because we want to try to be able to accommodate some potential growth opportunities with For Imprint. And that's, if it wasn't for that, we would have taken a very comprehensive, broad approach, which also means a little slower. But the plan is to do a comprehensive land use for both north and south, Central City, truthfully. But the parking on the north side, because of the immediate need to give information to assist us with For Imprint, we're accelerating that a little bit. And you'll be seeing that in the next month or two.
Where are there meters and pay stations?
We don't currently have any meters. We have pay and display by the university on High Avenue.
Oh, okay, that's the city.
And
Yeah,
they
it's a
paid for
partnership.
those.
Oh, okay.
University capital provided the capital for those because that was in their best interest. Pay and display was the right technology for them.
And we're hopeful maybe this study will give us some guidance on that. I mean, I know that Mark had mentioned, Chris, my predecessor, had looked into the paint plate display machines, and they're quite pricey, but that might be a solution. I mean, we got, the permits and the leased parking, and it's, we need to look at something different, maybe. We're hoping that we'll get some recommendations from that study.
Okay. Other questions? If not, 257. Alex, your turn.
My turn.
The bicycle fund, I mean, it's, there's really not much there. It's basically, it's bicycle registrations is about all it is. And it helps support the bike rodeos, the safe routes to school a little bit, whatever, few dollars we get there. We currently have the Bike and Pedestrian Committee, who Ben Krummenauer, who just left the city, was the liaison for that, so that's a little up in the air. But this fund helps with the bike lanes and as it can. But
We haven't had a lot of revenue recently because you recall that we gave a holiday for that because we really wanted to encourage people to get their bikes registered. But it's pretty minimal account right now. The demand for this fund is potentially very great because the desire of the committee to do more, even just simple painting of bike lanes is still pretty pricey. So it's really just going towards some very minor expenses. Yeah.
And there's money in the CIP potentially for bike lanes, for the signing and striping of bike lanes as we continue that process. As you can tell, we had 6.84 miles of designated bike lanes in 2012, or excuse me, 13, and then we're up to 10.38 as of 2014. So we have that bike and pedestrian plan that we're continuing to work on as well. Just an interesting note, too, I didn't mention on the transit, but the use of our bike racks on our transit system is it's continually just one straight up. It continues to be really popular.
Good.
Any questions? All right, thanks, Jim.
All right.
Appreciate it. Break time.
I think perfect time to take the break, yes.
Transitional.
Let's see, what do we got? Let's try and be back around quarter after if we can. That's sufficient time. Killer.
The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. Please stay tuned for continued coverage. For broadcast times of local government meetings, check our website at oshkoshcommunitymedia.org. You're watching City Cable 10, your source for government programming in the Oshkosh area. Simulcast on 101.9 FM WOCT and streamed on the World Wide Web at oshkoshcommunitymedia.org. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. Please stay tuned for continued coverage. For broadcast times of local government meetings, check our website at oshkoshcommunitymedia.org. You're watching City Cable 10, your source for government programming in the Oshkosh area. Simulcast on 101.9 FM WOCT and streamed on the World Wide Web at oshkoshcommunitymedia.org.
We're back on page 49. Resources, so Mark, you have introductory comments?
We're not back.
We're
Now
back.
we're back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, on page 49 begins Human Resources. Budget is proposed to increase approximately $26,000. And due to be under budget a little bit. And there's a variety of accounts here in administrative services, and we'll be going through several of them tonight. Mr. Fitzpatrick can fill you in on some of the details with the resources budget.
I'd be happy to. Sue Brinkman's the HR manager. She's here with me, and if you take a look at the HR budget, we're up as the other budgets are in the payroll and in the benefits area. The most significant increase in this budget would be in 6589 as far as the change goes. We've historically budgeted our employee recognition program in that line item, and you might not know that because it's listed as other materials and supplies. So that's the reason for that increase from 2,800 to 9,700. That's something that we talked about a little bit during our strategic planning session, and if you'd like more information on that, we'd be happy to fill you in.
When you talk about employee recognition, this is for...
Well, I've been here about 15 years, and before we got here, we really didn't have any kind of a recognition program for our employees. You know, through the years, there were some employee picnics that kind of dissolved, and you know, some things that we would do socially to get together and recognize employees. So then, you know, just shortly upon coming here, we revived some of those things, some of the traditional things like an employee picnic and Christmas get-togethers. We worked collectively with media services to try to showcase some of the employees using our internal resources with some of the videos, honored them with years of service plaques. And, you know, through the years, we really haven't had a lot of money to devote to this. The years of services plaques have carried on from that period of time, but the recognition's been very informal. City Manager Roloff typically will go to the departments and, you know, informally, you know, we might have lunch with them and recognize them for their years of service, provide them with a plaque, and that's really about it. And so we've taken a look at a variety of different options. I know Sue talked to Sue and Brian Chapman. We're working with a committee on what we could do to make it more meaningful and kind of freshen it up a little bit because it's been a while. And Sue, you want to
just
talk
to
about
give
that?
employees more choices, because right now they get a plaque, and for some it's very meaningful, and for others they would prefer maybe something else. So one of the things that we thought about was maybe coming up with a catalog. So 5 years, here's your menu, 10 years, and so on and so forth.
So basically, you know, people often talk about government doing, you know, operating more like businesses do. So this is basically what business has done for a long period of time. Is
Right.
You're basically, you know, as you said, recognizing, thanking people for the job that they do. And, you know, a lot of times just some small recognition like that goes a long way. You feel appreciated.
Over the years, some soups have done some, you know, things on their own to try to recognize their own employees, you know, during the holidays or, you know, other little crazy instant recognition things, you know. But for the most part, that's really all that we've been able to do.
Great idea.
The bulk of the issues with human resources are probably in some of the other accounts, particularly health insurance, and we're going to be dealing with that one a little later on. And they're probably most of the topical issues for them will be during those discussions.
I'm not sure whether the question belongs, but Human Resources seems to be the place to do it. The pay-for-performance culture, that's one thing we wanted to promote and increase it, and one of the things that you guys decided to take out of the budget was pay for performance, which I think step backwards. But why don't you give us your thoughts on pay for performance and where it's going or where it's not going, or what kinds of things are you doing to enhance the culture, because that's been a major thing from the council standpoint from the study we did.
Right.
That was a little disappointing.
Right, I know it was disappointing, certainly for council, it was for us too. City Manager Roloff was, faced with some very difficult circumstances, and the department heads realized that too. I know you've heard some of the improvements that, through the other departments individually, that have been, we've been able to work on, some performance improvement projects. I was here last night, and I was able to hear some of the things John Zarate talked about to you. There's a major project that's going on in regard to work with our developers during that community development session. I know that Alan Davis talked a little bit about some of the things that we had planned there with improving our development, our ability to serve the developers through technology. I know Tony has been working with them on, the software options that we are able to put in place. I know Council Member Allison Osby asked about, where we're at in terms of our ability to serve developers compared to other communities in the state, and I think the answer was Madison's the only one that's really close to us in terms of what we've been able to take a look at. We researched them, and not that we didn't really pirate anything away from them, but we took a look at, some of the best practices and tried to bring them here to Oshkosh, and I think the employees are very excited to be involved in those kinds of projects. They work very hard, and to have an opportunity to work on something exciting like that, it's very meaningful for them, I believe.
Well, this goes back to conversation we had with Charlie Carlson, because when we were looking at doing this, we asked Charlie some of his thoughts, and I think to get to really the crux of your question that Fitz is talking about, things you can do besides pay, and I think that was really Charlie's advice, is you got to look beyond just pay as an issue, and we're looking at those types of things, considering what other options that the Employee Recognition Committee or the employee the focus group we had on wages and pay plans and incentives and performance evaluation. Ultimately, I really had two discussions with department heads, and one was just prior to submitting the budget to you, and one has been since I've heard some of the comments that the council members have had with me in the last 2 weeks since the budget was out. The first question I had was when we were looking at some very serious issues here. I said, look, we're looking at across the boards versus paper performance, and the initial unanimous consent of the management team was that we really need to go to the across the boards first and foremost. The reasoning was that because they felt, based on the things that Fitz was talking about, the employees are dedicated to doing a good job. While the incentives are very effective, in my opinion, they felt that we needed to make sure that we were keeping pace with the market. I know that in the past 2 weeks since the budget came out, we've heard, our departments have heard from employees saying they are also bummed out that the pay performance was getting reduced. So now what I want to circulate back with a follow-up question for the staff members is, I don't know if they were aware what was necessarily in the budget on the across the board, because we really didn't talk about that too much. Council knew about it, but I don't think a lot of other folks did. And they were also not aware, because we haven't brought it to council formally, about the tentative agreements we had with police, and we just now today reached with fire. And so my new question is to circulate amongst the staff is, knowing that these other groups are getting 2.5, what's your thought on paper performance in terms of the priority? Now, we've said we believe it's a three-legged stool, and 2 of the 3 legs are across the boards and paper performance, and the council bought into that. But if we have to choose, how do we allocate this? And several departments, and it depends on who you talk to, because there is a little bit of disagreement. If you have employees making under $50,000 and/or they are what are called red circled, which means they're above the maximum, with across-the-board increases, those are not permanent increases. And when we do across-the-board, fits what happens to somebody who's red circled.
They'll get a lump sum adjustment, but it won't be base building.
Okay.
Until such time when the range gets pushed out far enough where their red circle falls back into the.
So what happens is for those folks, a pay-for-performance payment is more lucrative, because if you're under $50,000, that $1,000 payment you could be eligible for is more than 2%. And so there's value to that as opposed to across the board, especially if you're also getting a step increase along the way. For anybody above $50,000 and not necessarily outside of that area, across the boards are more of an incentive, more of an attractor. The real issue comes from department heads who know that they're losing employees, not for any reason, just natural turnover. I don't want to make it anything more than that. But one department head said, "I've got somebody retiring next year. If you don't keep up with the market and I advertise this position, what kind of quality am I going to get if I'm advertising below the market?" I support the PFP program, but when I'm looking to replace somebody, the market range needs to be consistent with the competitors out there, and if we fall behind, we're going to have that problem. So there are two thoughts. But there are people who think the PFP program is more effective when given the choice. Obviously, the whole idea of the plan was to do both, but we do have expenditure restraint issues, like I pointed out. Ultimately, that was probably the biggest deciding factor. It wasn't necessarily the levy or balancing the budget, because I obviously didn't hold back. I mean, I proposed you a 4.5% increase. Another 150 is I don't want to make it sound callous, but another 150 in for a penny, in for a pound. It was really more expenditure restraint that Trina and I were looking at. So that was a real challenge. We still believe collectively in the pay performance model, and we heard from employees who said they liked it. But we're getting that dialogue going, and I'm anxious to hear more feedback from employees. I've heard from council members who said, "But I thought you said you guys were behind the PFP program," and the answer is yes, but we got to balance those things out. And I know that the council is not satisfied with that 4.5% increase, and I respect that. You should not like that. I don't like it either, but we've got to balance these things out. But the PFP ultimately came down to an expenditure restraint issue. I had to get an expenditure down. It wasn't just simply finding extra revenue and it was all going to be good. I needed to get expenditures down.
Go ahead.
Had there been, I guess one thing I've been wondering during the course of this year, has there been kind of an analysis of the PFP program as far as how much was issued per department? Were there some observed or perceived abuses of certain department heads?
We have the ability to run those reports by department, by division.
Did they give out the max?
It's your question. We took a look at it, and we didn't see any evidence of that taking place. There was a fair amount of dialogue with supervisors that we had. I know departments had those discussions with the soups as well as HR. And I think, the dialogue that takes place in the organization is not necessarily a reflection on the full understanding that everybody, the responsibilities everybody has and that council has to try to balance a budget and deal with the taxpayers and try to fund all these issues. I appreciate Mayor Tower giving us the opportunity to have this dialogue to talk about this issue. But there was some commentary from supervisors last time that, if the across the boards weren't funded and they had some ability to have some decision-making power in regard to compensation, that they would just fund the PFP, that they would not honor the system that we talked about. And you know, you use the word abuse. You know, that would be how we would characterize it too. And we talked to the supervisors and told them, you know, there's more than just the money aspect of this program. You know, it's your responsibility as a supervisor to hold those people accountable, and your responsibility to treat those employees fairly across your entire department or division if you're the supervisor. If I am suggesting that an award be blanketly given across all the employees when we have different levels of performance, how can you look at that? How can you look that person in the eye that is a high performer and say, well, I was being fair to you when I gave that award to you, and I gave the same award to someone else that wasn't performing at that level. It's a matter of fairness over and above the idea of compensation too. So we had some significant dialogue with that, and although there was some fear, I think, from the soups because it was a brand new program, and we talked about the different legs and, you know, the responsibilities associated with those different legs, that they needed to take some action themselves because they were afraid of what the ultimate outcome was. I don't believe that they abused their ability to make those decisions.
It's in terms of I think there's also a quantitative element to that question that I think Sean was looking for. Originally, when we budgeted that amount, we did a projection on the percentage of employees who would be eligible, who would likely qualify for the program, because, Sue, help me out. What was the rating on the
5 to just shy of 4 was $500. 4 and above, out of a scale of 5, was 1,000.
Something sticks in my head that we were thinking.
I was talking about how many.
No. She's
would
going
qualify.
So
is that what you're getting at?
Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at.
What I'm looking at was, I was going
Dollar
to ask
amount.
is what was the total payout last year for PFP?
I think it was somewhere around
We
150.
had appropriated 150.
50, so we were in the
Yeah,
ballpark.
so we're right, pretty close.
So that was encouraging. As we refine this, and I say as we refine this, because I'm not proposing we eliminate it, because I think there's some value, even though the results came pretty close, which I was pleased to see that we were close to what we thought it would be. There may be to challenge departments so that there was a perception out there that, well, I think so-and-so is easier on their employees to give them more raises. And there were some anecdotal things. In truth, the numbers bore out that we thought it was going to be what it was. But there was some perception there. Part of me is thinking what we want to do is give an allowance to each department. We've got it in one fund right now, but literally say, your department has this amount, your department has that amount, and then kind of forces them to, all right, I got to be discretionary in doling these out. That might, if there's a problem with that, gets them to think more about that. Because we're not saying you got $10,000 and you got 10 employees, or you got $10,000 and 20 employees, everybody gets 500. It's like, no, that's not the way it works.
Good.
This is supposed to be an incentive. So somebody's going to get 1,000 and somebody's going to get 0, and that's how it's got to be. There's a lot of training that we still need to do. It's a little early. To me, the best thing we can do is just give you the factual number, because everything else is, we're still in its infancy.
Yeah, and I didn't expect it to work perfect the first year, but it sounds like it was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to look to find a way to continue it this year.
I'd like to find a way too, but Mark, I know you went about it last night, but just refresh our memory. We're $6,000 from the revenue restraint. If we exceed that, again, just what's the downside? I believe we, in essence, lose $1 million.
We would lose $1 million beginning in 2016. There's a delayed response to that.
So
what we have to do, and there are some things that we've been working on. When we meet next week, we'll be prepared to show you what we found, because I don't want to just give you in dribs and drabs. I'd rather give it to you in one big lump. There were some things that happened with fire as a result of our negotiations today. Now we've got some certainty with that. We mentioned the ICI. It's closer to 50. We lost 80,000 on the state payment. We've got a handful of those pluses and minuses. On Wednesday, we'll be able to report to you where we stand with changes that we make before you even touch it. That'll give you an idea of where we stand, because these are changes that, if we knew then what we knew now, we would have put them in the budget anyway.
Right. I mean, I agree with Sean that I would like to find a way to continue the program, but obviously we have basically we have two guns to our head. There's trying to continue the one of continuing to fund the program, but at the same time, we have to realize that we have that very large gun to our head of revenue restraint, and that if we exceed a number this year, we already know this year was a tough budget, and to basically go and say, well, what we're going to do is next year we're going to make it even $1 million tougher. So, I don't think anyone at this table is against continuing the program, but we have to balance it based on using, with everything that's in it. And that's why when the question was asked earlier in the year, what was the percentage that we could live with, that's why I didn't come out with a number, because there were just too many moving parts. And as we're finding now, even with this, is that, well, we thought it was this. Well, now that we're getting a little better information, we may be able to move a few things around and still do things. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens to next Wednesday.
Let me raise a question with it, because I think we have somewhat a different perception. I may have a different perception than some council members. When we look at market wages, you're kind of looking at the average wage. And so I look at it, the way that, come back and look at it, environment I've been in, is you look at an average wage increase, and then you take that average wage increase and you divide it into pieces. We have pieces. Most other places don't have as many pieces. Sometimes you take part of it for across the board and part of it for pay for performance. And we have a third leg, which most other places don't have, which is something called steps, which is, in most other kinds of systems, doesn't exist outside of a union system or a public system. So, for instance, if you have 2%, say you can live with 2%, pay for performance could be one of those percents. And you're still hitting the market. Some people are above, some people are below. And the idea is that better performers are going to be above and other performers may be below. But your average is still there, because our average increase will be what the market's going to look at. Just not the across the board and at the bottom wage. The market just doesn't look at the bottom wage, it looks at the average wage.
I understand your point, and I guess I can offer another perspective on it. And I think what you're talking about are raises, and that's one component.
I'm talking about wages. And wages as opposed to what we could go
wages, raises. I think that's fine.
Benefits, too.
The other perspective I guess I would offer is when you're dealing with compensation, it's more than just the impact to the employees or the numerics associated with compensation. It's the integrity of the pay plan itself. So, for example, we have a pay plan that has several pay ranges, and the council decided for us to develop a hybrid plan that included steps and a pay for performance band. That's what was agreed upon when we developed the structure, the grid structure of it in itself. So when we provide raises, just as you said, if we had an open band range that is more popular in the private sector, then the outcomes that you're describing, or the options that you're describing, would be more appropriate for that kind of a band. But when you have a grid, a static grid, if you mix the pay for performance and the across the board increases or market adjustment increases together, you run the risk of eroding the integrity of your pay plan itself. For example, all those pay ranges and all the positions we have were surveyed to try to find out what the market amount was for each individual job, and they were placed in those pay ranges as a result of all that data that was collected. So each one of those pay ranges is linked to a specific job, and we're a very diverse employer. We have a variety of employees, from engineers to paramedics to all over the board, police officers. So Anyway, the point is, if you don't look at them in separate realms and you commingle them, pay for performance and across the boards, and let's just say that we're not, there's a market adjustment that's required of like 2%, for example, to keep our pay plan linked to the marketplace. If we don't make that adjustment to all those pay cells, whether people are in them or not, then our pay plan is not in step with the market. So the $65,000 we paid Charlie to do all the market research and data and analysis and all that kind of stuff, the pay range that we have, let's just take, for example, equipment operator. If we don't pay the attention to that pay range and adjust that pay range upward by 2% or 3% or whatever it is every year, it will fall below what the market amount is. And year after year, if we don't keep pace with it, then what will happen is some of the things that you heard when you talked to some of the other departments. We'll have problems with recruitment. We'll have problems with retention. That's the issue that you have when you commingle both of those groups and you don't put the full attention on the market amount to preserve the integrity of the grid itself. Forget about the raises. Forget about the people that are in the positions themselves. I'm just talking about a blank organizational box or a classification inside that pay grid. It's our responsibility to maintain the integrity of that plan, or then there's going to be latent effects associated with that. So I don't know if that helps.
But I think we approach it differently. Yeah. Go on beyond that other than saying periodically when you have that, what you do is periodically you look at those pay ranges and you make adjustments periodically, like every 5 years you compare it to the market, because you don't know exactly what's going on and all that.
Right, and we do that typically every 10 years.
I think we just differ on that.
Now,
that being
is two counselors, when the pay plan was approved by council, two counselors sitting here were not present. And I believe the vote to approve that pay plan was 7-0, correct? I believe it was a unanimous vote.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
It may have been 6-1, and I think Mr. Ball might have been the only one. So everyone else that was everyone that's at this table, save Ms. Pansky and Mr. Fitzgerald, supported the study and the plan that Mr. Fitzpatrick or Mr. Carlson. Yeah, Mr. Carlson laid out. So,
right.
That battle was already fought and it's been decided, and we are a public system, and it operates differently than a private system does, and we have to maintain to a market rate, and to try and adjust it every 5 years is over a period of time, as we saw the other night, some of the things that we've heard, we've lost employees because we aren't keeping up with the market.
That's a good point.
And pay for performance is not deemed salary of any type. Pay for performance is a bonus. It's for going above and beyond what you normally would do, or it's being rewarded for taking something and creating better, is providing a greater value than simply doing your normal job.
And I agree. The term steps is alien to me until I was on the council. Out of the private sector, I'd never heard of steps. In my world, raises or merit increases or adjustments, cost of living, was normally, you were told by your supervisor, the company, you had a range of, say, 1, 2, 3, or 5% at your discretion to give Tom or Deb a raise.
Right.
Pay performance, as Tom said, that is 100% a bonus for going above and beyond. It's achieving objectives that you and your supervisor agree upon. And at the end of the year, you sit down and you say, I achieved them 100% or 75%. Your supervisor does the same thing. You come to an agreement. That is how your bonus is based. It has nothing to do with salary at all. It's a bonus. I can't think of a better word for it than bonus.
Well, I think the concept you describe describes what we talked about to the supervisors when we talked about the pay for performance piece. talked a little bit earlier, just for those people that might not understand our structure, there are steps there's a pay range, a minimum and a maximum. There are steps, but those steps are below what we identify to be the market rate for a job. So what Sue's responsibility as the HR manager is to hire people at the lowest possible rate she can. That's her responsibility. So when we hire people, and she hires them at the min, based on the analysis that Charlie Carlson did, they're starting at 87.5% of the market. So they're starting at that level that's 12.5% below the market. So another way to say it would be that we're paying less than the market for that type of a job. So then over time, those employees receive a step increase if they have satisfactory performance every year on their anniversary date, and over a period of, I believe, of about 5 years, then they finally reach the market rate. If we had to accelerate all of our employees and hire them at the market, that would be a significant cost to the city and certainly to our budget.
And it would make my job a lot easier.
Sue could just hire them in right at market rate. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, yes, steps are a component of our pay plan, but some other public sector employers have steps that go beyond the market. We don't. Ours are all below the market until they step up to 100%. And then there's a pay for performance piece that we were talking about earlier that provides an opportunity for an employee to get $500 or $1,000 if they exceed the expectations that we have, if they score at the very highest levels of our performance evaluation. So those are the three components that we talk about. Steps brings them up to the market after we hire them below. The across the board keeps the integrity of the pay plan linked to the market so we can continue to recruit and retain employees. And then the pay for performance piece is very much like, Councilmember Peck, Councilmember Cummings talked about, that you're familiar with in the private sector, where it is for above and beyond, exceptional performance that's above and beyond what we would ordinarily expect, certainly. But that's the concept. There's really, in the public sector, I would characterize them as three different models that are taking place right now. There's the traditional step plan, where people have steps that are below and go beyond the control point or the market. Some employers have opted to do that after Acts 10 and 32 to keep that traditional model. Some are a middle ground, like ours, a hybrid of steps and performance. And others have taken a more bold perspective and had open ranges. And I think that open range model is more, it's a more contemporary model. It's more akin to what I think Mayor Teller is familiar with and is talked about, and also Councilmember Fitzgerald. And I would say that at some point in the future, I would hope that we could evolve to that kind of a model. The complicating factor with that is when you are making those significant pay decisions about 1%, 2%, 3%, and 4%, like Councilmember Cummings talked about, you better have a very refined performance evaluation system, and your supervisors better know what they're doing when they're evaluating those employees, because in our world, everything is public. Everybody's pay is public. In corporations, sometimes people don't know what the person sitting next to them makes. So as a matter of efficiency, organizational efficiency, and making sure that that's going to be harmonious as you go forward in that sort of model, the soups really need to be well-trained and know what they're doing. And I think in looking at our organization, I certainly didn't feel that our soups were ready for that model yet. I think that they could be, but it was more like crawl, walk, run. We were past crawl. And this is not casting any aspersions on any of the other public sector organizations that decided to keep that model. It might work for them. But we were kind of in the walking stage, I think, and I would hope that we could get to the run stage, as has been characterized, by a couple council members. But that was kind of the thought process behind it all. For those that aren't familiar with that structure and all the dialogue, because it took place quite a while ago, and, it is fairly complex for people that don't deal with it all the time. So I hope that was helpful.
I think the thing to remember too, at least from talking to the various departments with, the turnover is, if we don't make a sincere attempt to keep up with market, this is going to be nothing but a training ground. And then for them to leave to go to the private sector, which we've seen that happen in a number of departments because we haven't kept up to market. So they come here, we take the time, we train them, and then they leave and they go somewhere else. And we all know, where's the productivity going to come from? Somebody who's been here less than a year, or somebody who's got some longevity, within the position. And that's what's been going on. So I think, as much as we don't like rising costs of a number of things, we also have to have some reality that we do have to be competitive, not only with other municipalities, but also with our private counterparts that seem to be recruiting our employees.
That's what's happening in the school district, or has been happening. It's a training ground, and off they go. They don't have to move. They can just point their car towards Fond du Lac or towards Appleton or Neenah.
And not only that, when you it's just the additional costs of
training.
Well, of when you lose someone, you have to go and recruit someone, and then you have to bring them back in, and then you have to train them, and then so.
And if somebody leaves, you got overtime, because usually somebody else has to share the
responsibility. In the long run, it's much cheaper to adjust to market than it is to continually replace your bench. And you also want to make sure that your bench, that you have the strength on your bench, as we heard last night, or just this evening, related to the fire.
Right.
Is if you don't have people ready to step up to the next level, you're in a big problem. And if you have if you have to go outside your organization to bring someone in, you're not going to be bringing them in at the level that you're at. You're going to have to pay a premium to get them here. And so it's a matter of being, penny wise and pound foolish.
I agree with that. It's just a question of how you get to the market and what the market is. Because historically, we had the system where we had across the boards and steps, and I'm looking as we go to the future, we're probably going to have pretty much the same thing. And our wage levels were very much at the market level. In fact, they were above the market level. So I see us going back to that model, and that's where I'm concerned. Because historically, we have been, as we found out when you readjusted, there were some areas where we were low, but there were a lot of areas where we were above the market level in both salary and in benefits.
Yep.
So we have not been in the school system model is very different from the models at the city.
I think when Charlie did the study and shared it with all
They
the
hadn't kept up. We had more than kept up.
all the council members, I think we usually try to do a study every 10 years. That's kind of the standard that we use. Do we tweak it as we go because we have problems with recruitment? Absolutely we do, and we talk to Mark about that, all the time, and he provides us the opportunity to do that. But it's a complex process, and Councilmember Peck also brought up protective services. I know the council members were very much in tune with the phenomenon associated with some of our supervisory staff that are in protective services that are non-represented, and then people that are represented that are still have the ability to do collective bargaining. So just as we want to link our jobs to the market based on the classifications that exist, we also have to be cognizant of those supervisory staff that are in the non-represented group that are covered by this pay plan that we talk about, and then the agreements that are forged with the represented groups. If the pay that is provided to those supervisors is less than those represented folks over time, they tend to get closer and closer and closer. And the council members allowed us to correct some compression issues that we had. And I know that those supervisory staff are very grateful for that, because this is an issue that communities are facing all across the state of Wisconsin, and a lot of other communities and their elected officials weren't willing to take that step. So, I certainly appreciate the ability to talk about this and the willingness you have to consider all these issues, and I know the staff do too.
I just make one final comment on that standpoint, is that sometimes we get wrapped up in a micro issue and we look at it, but we also have some macro issues that we have to deal with at times. And I think one of our macro issues is our total personnel cost, eating away at our non-personnel costs, vis-a-vis what's out there, and the ability also to give the taxpayers reasonable tax increases. So the problem runs into is when we look at the micro decisions we have to make, they get very difficult to make. If you're talking about a particular employee, the macro, we have to at least keep in mind what we're doing at the macro level.
Well, the unfortunate thing is that we are in a service industry, and our product is our service. Our product is delivered by personnel. We're not like a business that has where you can have upwards of 60% of your cost in materials. We have, what's the percentage on of our total budget that's?
About 75% personnel.
Right. And so if we want to, really, it's if you try to manage our personnel costs determines our service level. Plain and simple. Is if we want to, and the way we try and keep costs down is we adjust our health insurance. We have to be competitive with the market. If we want to try and save money on our personnel costs, the easiest way to do it is head count. But if you do head count, garbage isn't going to get picked up. Fire services may suffer. Police calls may not be made. People are going to turn their water taps on. They're not going to have the water they want. So that's the thing you have to remember. This is not, and when people talk about government running like businesses, that's one of the things that has to be understood, is that we do not have a material portion, so to speak, in our business model. It's services, and services are delivered by people.
We can't turn off production like you can in a factory where you let people go, you bring people back.
There's a lot of private sector, my point that I'm making, it's my business too, is there's a lot of private sector service businesses that have the same kind of dynamic, where we've got 90% of our operating budget is and if we don't have an increase in sales from year to year, we don't give an increase in we could pass on an increase in pricing to our customers, but they're going to say, well, I don't want to pay that to maintain the integrity of your compensation model that you have in place. I mean, our valuation only went up less than 1%, and that's the challenge we have is now we're going out to taxpayers and saying here's a 5% increase, and I certainly, I mean, in a world where we've got good increases in valuation, we've got money to do all of these things and more. But I think the challenge that we're facing is that taxpayers are going to say, well, I don't care about maintaining a market rate for the city when they're looking at a 5% tax bill, or I don't care about maintaining the integrity of a compensation model, just in paying the difference that they would pay year over year.
Then it's up to us to point out what that does, is that it is what they're getting for it. It's the ability to turn on a water tap and have water come out of it. It's a matter of having a street that they can drive on. It's a matter of having stormwater taken care of. It's a matter of all of those other things, and those are people that are delivered. And in a business, and in a private business, yes, if you're correct. Someone can say, hey, no, I can advertise in someone else's publication for it, but our taxpayers can't go someplace else for water. They can't go someplace else for fire. And while, yes, they may say that, and so I'm not saying that gives us, carte blanche to basically say, here you go, we're going to go 10%, we're going to go whatever. But it's good to say government needs to operate like a business. The reason why we have government is because there's a lot of things that government does that business won't do. We all know, or I don't know, many of us probably remember back from our history, back in colonial days, you had a fire plaque on your house. because you paid for a fire service from a private company. If your house was on fire, and the house next to you was on fire, and Company A came up to put out the fire next door, and you had Company B's plaque on the front of your house because they were cheaper, Company A didn't put your house out, didn't put the fire of your house out. So that's why we now have shared services, so.
We're not 100% service, because the people that perform the service need good equipment. For instance, one of the things we cut back in the police department was they need good police cars. We need police cars to turn over. We need trucks. People just don't go out and pick up the garbage. They have a garbage truck they drive, and so we got to have money for those materials and for their systems. I mean, that's constantly what we're. So there are elements of the non-personnel budget that have to do with the ability of people to perform their job. And if we can't supply them with that, they can't do their job well anyway. Because it's not a pure service business. We're mixed. We're mixed. And trying to find the right proportion between the two is the issue that we're talking about.
Ask one question, which maybe is not, this may not be the time to ask it, but if we were to walk out of here and say, budget's approved, as we see it right now, 4.55%, what will next year be like at the same time?
I think you need to go back to the model that Finance Director Larson put together, and next year with our TAs for our police and fire units, we're going to have a 2.75% increase. We are also going to have health insurance that is, we're hoping, we're going to talk about that. I'd like to talk about that next, since we're on a sort of the theme with human resources and staffing. We're hoping that we can get some changes with cost with respect to the clinic, and we may need to look at some other alternatives. We certainly have to take a look at those costs as we approach 2018 with the Affordable Care Act. We're going to need to make some changes to our plan regardless of what our desire is. We're going to need to make some changes. Those costs will continue to increase. State aid, that's going to be a challenge. So if you take a look at the models that were put together back in July, and we've taken a look at them, we're going to have similar debates, concerns, because those costs continue to go up. I think, going to the mayor's point about taking a look at the macro issues, we need to take a look at some of those macro issues, because those assumptions, and with staff I call them assumptions, we can put a number in for fuel, and if we're wrong on that number, it really throws the budget out of kilter. You take a guess on utilities, not talking about our public utilities, but the utilities we get, electric, gas, those things. If we say, well, we'll just cut the budget by putting that number down, the truth will finally come out. Those are things that we need to take a look at, those assumptions, and Trina did those with all those areas. So, long story to short answer, it will be more of the same.
So we could be looking at another 4.55, give or take. I mean,
Just go back to last year, we ended up with 4.6 because of some of the same issues, and now we're coming back and look at another 4.6. So, I mean, the controls, it's a difficult situation.
I would
without property values increasing, and they're not going to increase much over the next couple of years. It's going to be tough. I mean, just look at, I was just out in California and reading the paper every day in California. Some things are going on and what they've had to do.
I mean, your question has a sobering answer.
It could be a comparable percentage next year, the year after that, if things don't radically change.
I think it would be difficult because the wages are going to increase. You're going to have a wage increase this year, and then you're going to compound it with the market adjustment next year. And so the variance is going to grow larger.
The annuity effect is the mayor talks about regularly.
And eventually there'll be citizen uproar like there is in California. Either that or against the bankruptcy.
Because the underlying answer, but that's a long-term solution, is how do you prevent yourself from continuing that process is we need to improve property values. We need to do things to attract businesses that add tax base to the city, because our tax base has largely been flat. Even with all the growth you see along Highway 41, it's been offset and actually reduced by about $50 million over the past 7 years or so. Excuse me. So you've got that going down. We need to turn that back up.
And the way California and Colorado are dealing with it, the way they're dealing with it is the other way, is they're providing less services. Eventually, you reach a point because you get the expanded variation. Eventually, you reach a point where you're going to reduce services because that's the only option you have.
And if that's the reality,
which is very sad.
If that's the reality, then we start reducing services now. Why keep putting it off and pretending it's not going to happen? I mean,
it's hard.
There's an article about the 10 major cities in bankruptcy. Detroit was one. It was because they let their property values go down. A lot of the cities were in California.
That's one of their issues.
California, part of it is the boom and bust cycle. You know, we benefit from not having low lows, but we also don't get high highs. California had high highs, low lows, and Colorado and California are going through these low lows where their property values plummet, and they've been in such a growth mode. Population's coming in and property values going down. So the demand for services are continuing to escalate, but their capacity that they were relying on and bragging about low taxes bit them because they suddenly were in a position where the growth not just flattened, but it plummeted. Ours, you asked me about our property values. It's gone down a little, but it's essentially flat. It's really just flat. If it was going up this much, it wouldn't be much up. We need to grow ourselves out of it. And until we do, we're going to have that dilemma because the economy can grow around us, but if we don't grow from within the core of the city, we're going to continue to have that problem.
And that was my point about private businesses having a profit or not. I mean, I think that's what I look at as our profit. That's, you know, if our valuation is going up or not. I don't know if that's a fair parallel, but that's how I view it in my mind relative to our ability to keep the tax rate either consistent, raise it, or lower it.
And as a private business, you can only keep cutting until a certain point you're out of business. So, you know, how far do we cut with services until we're delivering an unacceptable level of service?
I'm moving if we go to reduce garbage pickup to once a month. I mean, I honestly got to have one person say, you know what, I'm willing to cut service. You know, I don't want salt. I don't want snow removal. I only want my recyclables picked up once a month. I only want my garbage picked up once or twice a month. Haven't heard that. I mean, those are some of the realities if we cut service. Okay, so if we don't do garbage pickup and we don't do recycle pickup, you know, then the next problem that you have is we have to have more inspections done, you know, because in those communities that have reduced services, part of the problem that they have is that, you know, independent properties are having more garbage and more things like that there. So, I mean, it's a cycle. You know, unfortunately, you know, we're having these tough discussions. Nobody likes to have these discussions right now, but, you know, it's not the employee's fault, nor is it our fault where we are. We can't control the cuts in funding from state or federal. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, the community and the taxpayer is going to let us know, you know, how they feel. I mean, that's part of the reason why we have these televised. And when the public comes to me and says that they want reduction in services, then I know that's the time that then.
It's just a shift the tax burden. Instead of it being on the state level, they put it on the burden on the local level. All they've done is shift the burden.
Drop the taxes to the same level.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Mark, I'd make a suggestion for your staff that's here. There's some that probably have pretty small budgets or pretty small stuff, and it's lengthy.
We love these discussions.
We're here at your pleasure. So
no, I know.
I appreciate that. I'm sure
some of them have.
Let's go back to the individual budget, because we'll end up with these
Okay.
other discussions down there and take votes to settle on.
If we could, just because, since we're on this general topic of employee costs, it's probably, even though it might just get a little more depressing, I think it's appropriate, maybe we jump to the health insurance budget, because that's clearly, when you talk about assumptions, you talk about macro issues, you're talking about that. And that's on page 325. So it's way in the back. It's one of the special funds. And you may recall that last evening, we also gave you a larger sheet that was, or a sheet that we called 327A. So I've got that there as well that I'll refer to in a moment. The overview of the health insurance fund, the best way I want to describe this, you talk about private sector, is this is essentially a business. It's really an internal service fund for our operations. So on page 325, this is our health insurance fund. We do have a projection of our balance going. It says ending fund balance, and we ended last year with $341,000. That doesn't include that $800,000 that we have in extra reserve that we use for if we were ever to close the plan and have a run-out period. So we ended the year with $341,000. You remember that was a concern, but I also draw to your attention the prior year where we ended the year of 2012 with $566,000. We incurred a $1.7 million loss, and I want you to hold that thought, because that's a sobering number, and I want to, as we've done a little more research and theorized a little bit, Trina, having a fresh set of eyes on this, offered another perspective that I think is very beneficial for council. But we ended last year with 341. Because of the surcharge that we have on, we anticipate a surplus of 394,000, so we'll end the year with 735. That is good, but it's not as good as we had hoped. We were really hoping more for about a $625,000 increase. So, and I'll get into why we didn't get that in just a moment, but we didn't get as much. We're looking for strategy is for us to rebuild that reserve up to $2.5 million eventually over a period of a rolling 2-year period. It's not that I would love to get it done in 2 years, but if I can't, we'll extend it for 2 years, and essentially we want to get halfway to our solution. So because we only got about $400,000 for this year, we're going to go 2 more years, but it's only $500,000. So our surcharge is going to go down, but we still have a surcharge on our health insurance plan that the city, as the employer, is paying 88% of that surcharge. The employee is paying 12% of that. And until we get that fund, until we get our insurance business back at the level we want, we're going to need to do those surcharges. Now I want to ask you to go to page 327A, which we added. This was this sheet that we handed out last night. So if you didn't put it in your binder yet, it's this one that it says Hospital Insurance Fund in the upper left-hand corner. It was 3-hole punched. If not, I'd be happy to make some copies of it for you. But I thought this was a good exercise to go through, and I appreciate the mayor asking me the question, what have our costs been for the last, I believe the mayor asked for 5 years, and we broke it down. And I'll draw your attention to 2012, because 2012 was a devastating year. And I mentioned that we had a loss of $1.7 million in that fund. And you take that towards the bottom of that column for 2012, there's that $1.7 million loss. That was based on expenses of $10.6 million, $10,667,000, and revenues of only $8.9 million. You'll see that the revenue from the previous year grew from 8.6 to 8.9. So it wasn't that we had we didn't have a loss of revenue. We had a loss on the expenditure side. And take a look at the second number in that column of 2012. It's $7.9 million. We went up $1 million in 1 year, and that we were looking at that. Why did this happen? How did it happen? Just a refresher on our plan. We fund $1 through $75,000 for each life in the plan. That means an employee and a dependent, and all the dependents. So the first $75,000 we pay for, that's what that is. That's what the medical claims are. The first $75,000 comes out of that account. We had a drastic increase. And then I want you to hold that thought, go down to 2013 at the very bottom. We also showed you the number of employees, or another way of looking at it, the number of customers that were in our insurance business. And we dropped by 20 employees in 1 year. So we were like, what happened? Well, I don't want to blame Act 10 on everything, but if you accept the theory of Act 10, 2012 we had a lot of people that were looking to retire. And I can tell you in my 30 years in this business, and Trina had to remind me about it, said, last year a lot of people get a lot of medical stuff done before they retire. And then look the next year, the number of employees goes down. It plummets.
We even incentivized that and it was back to the pay plan again. If you recall, we asked the council if we could provide the opportunity for employees, if they gave us a little more notice, then we gave them a retirement incentive notice award. So we incentivize people. If they decided that they were going to go, we paid them. But as Mark said, typically when they get to retirement, they get a lot of their body parts fixed, but that's over a extended period of time, not a compressed window.
And we could debate whether they did it or not, but then take a look at 2013. Medical claims went down to $6.6 million, $1.3 million less. So why? In theory, that's what happened. Now, that doesn't explain some of the other numbers. Our drug claims, and this just shows you where we're going, $934,000 in 2010 to $1.4 million in 2015 projected, a 50% increase. Now, we're hoping that with the clinic, because we're making no assumptions in the clinic. Part of the reason we're making no assumptions in the clinic is we're hoping it does great, and if it does great, our fund balance will go up. So as you're wearing two hats during this discussion. On one hand, you're the city council for the city. On the other hand, you're the board of directors for this little insurance company that we have. I want to get the insurance company back on even keel so we can keep our number one customer, the city of Oshkosh. We really need to do that. Drug costs, we think we're going to save 40% for all the drugs that go through the clinic. Now, we got to direct people to the clinic, and the incentive is you don't get your drugs from the clinic unless you go to the clinic. That's an incentive that they'll have, and it'll be a zero deductible. And when you compare 0 to $5 or $10, you aren't losing a lot. But if we can save 40% on drugs, we're driving people. So on a business model, keep your hat on as the board of directors of the insurance company. That's what we want to do. Then take a look at the stop loss insurance. Again, because we pay for the first $75,000, we're fully insured for any claim above $75,000. We pay the first $75,000, but $75,001 and above, we cover with the stop loss insurance. And because of the bad claim history that we've had in recent years, that amount has doubled from 2010 to 2015. Doubled. And
I thought we'd gotten a little bit better in the last year or two, but it looks like we're projecting an even worse year.
Well, I think that's part of, they take a look at our book, and they're underwriting us, taking a look at what our history is. And so until we prove that we've overcome that, sadly we know, because we've lost a couple of employees or employee spouses or dependents, we know that that number is probably going to go down, but the insurance company wants to know as a group that it's going down. They don't just necessarily...
They use a lagging.
Yeah, there is a lagging indicator with that. But for those of you who are real close to insurance, what we've calculated is that for every 87 cents that we've paid in, or excuse me, for every dollar we've paid into insurance for stop loss, they've paid out 87 cents. And that's just not enough for them. They want to make sure that they get every nickel covered. They're
in business to make money, too.
Their margin is not very good. Sean, I can see that it's going through your head because you've done studies or you've reported on that. So we know that the insurance company is going to make sure that they make money at the end of the day. So that explains those two. The medical claims, we're looking at $7.4 million in medical claims in 2015. That's about not quite a $400,000 increase. If we can control that one through the clinic and control the drugs through the clinic, we'll do better. But because of the narrow margins we have with our insurance fund, I'm just not in a position to tell you I want to go less on the increase. I mean, I could, and it's listed as an option, but if we do it, we're taking a risk, because we're taking a risk on the macro issues. If it works out, then we can come back. I'm confident enough that I'm willing to recommend to you 2 TAs with our police and fire unions that I think we can handle an 8% increase or less in 2016. That'll start ratcheting down some of those concerns about that Steve brought up. Where's this going to end? Well, it's got to end with some creativity in our health insurance.
And I would just add one quick comment. I know, you guys are all struggling with all these issues, and the mayor put it very well that, you all have to wrestle with that macro issue. And, it's not all gloom and doom when you say, hey, it's going to cut, and then we're going to end up not having any services or any city anymore after that, because I think you've chosen to invest. The clinic is a positive move by the city council to invest in this opportunity to help reduce costs. The pay-for-performance program that you put in place was an idea to try to improve performance, like we talked about with the developers, to grow the pie. So I see the council as using all their tools at their disposal, not just to cut, and then evaporate. You have, in the past, taken risk when you thought it was prudent to try to invest in some strategies that could improve your lot in life. And as Mark said, this is like a little health insurance company, and the clinic is a little bit outside the box in terms of what you're considering, but I think it has the opportunity to turn the tide a little bit. It's an alternative to just cut, or cost shifting.
We could have a discussion about some other options. But this is going to be a pretty, new thing for employees, and there's been a lot of angst with it. But I think we've done a good job of explaining it to the employees. What I'm concerned about, still with my health insurance company hat on, is at the very bottom, the number, and I'll just call it our customer base. We are projecting that we're going to lose another 9 employees. It's really more just kind of putting a trend on where our trend has been is going down. If that's correct, we will have lost 10% of our customers over time. It's not because of the loss of number of employees. It's not that at all. We've cut very few employees. We're down only about 6 full-time employees over the last 6 years, and most of them are actually were from refuse. It wasn't a lot of other big changes. So with that said, I mentioned 2012 to 2013, how we lost 20 participants, which is also a lot more in terms of lives because all the dependents that go with that. Then we lost another 15 from 13 to 14. That is when we went to the dual plan was double the single rate. And I still felt it was appropriate, but look what happened. We didn't lose as much as actual employees because the council didn't reduce that many employees. We reduced 3 employees with 1 layoff. We lost 13 retirees. The dual plan, we chased away some folks, and I say chase away, and that's probably a very crass term, but we lost 13 customers because they said, I think I can get a better deal somewhere else. The dilemma we have is, who are we chasing away and who are we keeping? And if we're chasing away healthy employees or healthy retirees who have a less costly alternative because they're healthier, they can maybe get underwritten a little better, versus the employees who have very little choice, say, well, I don't have any choice. They're doubling it to a they're doubling the dual to double the single rate, I still got to stay. I don't really have much of a choice. And the money they're putting in and the money we're paying out just don't match up.
And to add to that comment with Mark, to talk about our diverse employment base too, when we talk about protective services, their structure with WRS is to incentivize them to retire early. And there's a reason for that, because their bodies typically break down a little bit more quickly than the normal occupations. So if we accept that as a valid, fact,
Break down more than you and me fits, come on.
it's hard to imagine, I know.
That's true.
And if they can't afford to retire where they're scheduled to retire, and then that can contribute to some of these additional costs too, because they're not leaving when they should be leaving. And the longer they stay, and the older they get like Mark and I, the more things start to break, and that accelerates costs too.
What, Mr. Roll, if I just, there's those spaces that are empty on the far right-hand side of the revenue. Do we have some data for that? And I'm just curious if we, I guess particularly I'm looking at the employer's health contribution for 2014 estimate and 2015.
That was just projected in aggregate. I didn't calculate that across. I just did it in aggregate. But I do have handwritten notes on how that was calculated.
Okay.
Yeah, we just aggregated it for purposes of this analysis. Yeah. But you can see that, we're hoping to get a $509,000 surplus in 2015. And if we do, then we're going to be upwards of, we're going to be upwards of $1.2 million. That will get us close to where we want to be. Really what we want to be here is about 1.7 million. And if we do better on the clinic, we promote it correctly, we'll do better. If we have a better history, getting the claims managed a little better, we'll do better. The drugs are a real opportunity, because I think that's probably going to drive people to the clinic as much as anything. If you're
Actually, we came up with that thought based on a suggestion Councilmember Fitzgerald gave us to visit the West Bend School District. They had very, very successful outcomes associated with the fact that they staffed theirs with physician's assistants who have the ability to dispense, and that's been very successful for them. So prior to that visit that you suggested we look into, we weren't considering the possibility of dispensing strongly until, they were able to convey to us, how successful that's been for them.
As we approach 2018, and Trina probably has followed this as much as Sue, and so we got two people who have been dealing with the HR element, Trina with her county and Sue here. By 2018, with ACA, Affordable Care Act, we're going to have to do certain things that we might have to do anyway, but we'll be mandated to do it in terms of increasing deductibles. That's probably the biggest component from what Trina and Sue are telling me. We can look at co-pays. Our co-pays are up. I can tell you our co-pays are up for this year, and I've experienced it myself. But the deductibles are going to need to go up. That's first dollar out, and we're going to see that as we go on. I want this fund to be a little more stable before we start tweaking again, because I don't know necessarily how it's going to affect our customer base. I don't want to drive too many employees away for the wrong reasons. I'd rather have them look at what's going on with Affordable Care Act, recognize that where the feds are trying to move us towards is almost parallel to what the federal plan is. They want you to be on par with their federal plan. We provide it as employer, and whoever can't get it goes another way. That's in theory what it's all about, and I don't want to get into an Obamacare debate tonight. I'm just trying to explain to you as best I can. So we're going to be making these adjustments, and as we make them towards 2018, employees are going to look at this and say, oh, it's really not worthwhile to go to the exchange, because really the cities drive into the same exchange as the feds are. Because why? Because we're getting mandated to. So as we steer towards that, if we do it a little slower, I think we'll lose fewer of the healthy employees. And then we go back to, we got to do wellness, we got to push those things. The other ones that I didn't have, and the only reason I didn't suggest it now was because when we started looking at the clinic and the fear that we might lose people because of the clinic, we don't want to lose too many people with too many changes. But we could look at spousal surcharges. More employers are doing it. We reported that back in May. Those things are all valid, everything we talked about. We didn't really, because of time constraints, we didn't have a discussion about that. Everything from our workshop back in May is fair game. I'm just suggesting that let's get the clinic in, let's see how we do it,
And the other,
see how the fund's doing, then we can talk about next steps.
and the other thing that Mark, has talked certainly to me about, and Sue, is, we appreciate the assistance the employees provided on the health insurance committee that we came up with. I know that we've talked, or I've had the opportunity to talk to council, and you've encouraged us to get employees involved and engaged and suggest their ownership of these problems, because it's something that's going to affect them, as we talked about total compensation and a larger picture. So, one of the things we discussed too is all the elements that we brought forward to the council during the workshop could be items that our health insurance committee can discuss too. As we go forward with the clinic to see how successful it can be, these are other items that, can be considered as additional tweaks.
I think that's important. I think because the macro concern here again is over $1 million in increase. Because if we had $1 million in increase, we could fund the pay for performance, we could buy some new cars, and we could have the rate below 3%. I mean, this is the real Achilles heel here. And because as you look at others and their health plans, they aren't experiencing 12%. At least the research I've done shows.
Well, part of it is we're 9.3, but with the surcharge it's 12, and that's really what's clobbering us. We got to get our health
reserve
up to back up to
But
12.
my question ultimately was about, as far as the employer contribution, I mean, if that difference is $1 million more between last year and this year, and if a 1% pay increase is $130,000, that's a 7% pay increase in us providing this insurance at the level that we're providing it, and that's on top of the pay in the school system. Before Act 10, at least, they had the QEO, and that was a combination of what your health insurance costs and your paycheck increases equaled up to 4.2, and when the healthcare market was larger, you heard a lot of teachers saying, well, I didn't get a pay increase. It was because they were getting a lot of it in their health insurance, and this is a big increase. That's also frankly it's a benefit increase.
We're trying to build the reserve by 500,000, so 500,000 is half of that increase.
No, it's big, what I'm saying. But we're trading off there, because we could pay for a lot of things, as he says, A 1% increase is $130,000. A pay for performance is $150,000. 1% on the tax rate is what, $350,000?
1 cent increase is $35,000.
A 1 cent, but a 1%.
What do we figure? What's a 1%? Yeah,
Three-
Trina has that number
1%
somewhere.
is roughly 35, roughly 350,000,
Yep, it's right around.
323,000 or something like that. So if we were where the average is out there in the marketplace, we could achieve all of those objectives.
One of the, at the risk of getting
This is
kicked-
something, Tom, you've preached over time in terms of the contributions to the health plan.
Well, it's kind of funny. You a short while ago you were arguing against being at market, and now you're arguing for being at market. And this is and I'm not being. It's just kind of funny. All of a sudden now the market is a good thing to peg to. But the question is that this is a self-insured fund. We are on our own, and to go and try and compare. Yes, there may be some other people that have other plans that, and to try and compare one plan to another is very difficult because of the way you experience claims. Some of these other organizations may not have had the claim, had the claim payouts that we have had. as Mr. Rolla, and I'm not defending this, but I'm saying is to try and blanketly compare one to another, it's very difficult to do. Now, we're in a lagging situation where we did have this, just 2 years ago, we had almost $8 million in claims. You look back, 2 years prior to that, we were just above $6 million. So the way that these rates are set is based on
Claims.
It's like your car insurance. If you continually have speeding tickets, if you continually have accidents, your rates are going to be much higher than someone who has the exact same car, who's never had a speeding ticket, who's never had anything. Yes, we need to take a look at this, and yes, we need to begin moving towards more of a market of getting it in line with what private sector is doing, and I think that we are moving towards that. One of the questions that I have written down is that right now I think we're looking at an employee contribution of 12%, correct?
Yes.
And is one of the things I wanted to, as a follow-up note, was to say is, all right, what would be the impact of moving to a 13% employee contribution? What would be the impact of moving to a 14% contribution? What would be the impact of moving to a 15% contribution? I'm not just going to sit around and throw out theory. I'm actually going to put something out on the table and say, here's how we're going to solve it. It's one thing to throw rocks and say, well, we have to do something about it. It's another thing to put something on paper and ask a question. So that's something I would like to see moving forward. Sure. Is as we move into these discussions.
But to your point, Don, that's why most municipalities have gone away from a self-insured program, because it's just too cost prohibitive.
Correct. And
we've continued to stay in that self-insured program, and we don't ever look outside.
Look outside.
Yeah, at other plans, because
I agree.
The county went away from self-insured. Town of Menasha went away from it's just too cost effective. It's not cost effective.
Companies shop it every 3 years.
Self-insured program.
They're shopping for a new provider every 3 years to get a new rate.
Well, I think
Self-insured is the most expensive insurance program because of you can't control the claims part of it.
No, I don't disagree when I say personnel. This is personnel costs. We can't increase all aspects of it. And this is the thing, John, we've talked about before. It's just not salary part of it. It's the total.
What I'd like to point out before we finish, because I think we've got a lot of information here, as one of the potential cuts, and I do that at the risk of getting kicked by Trina, and Sue can kick me from that distance as well, trust me.
I'll do it for you.
Is the surcharge we have is intended to rebuild the fund over like a rolling 2-year period. So the idea is to gain another $500,000 next year. One of the options is we could extend that to a 3-year period, reduce the surcharge, but then recognize it'll take us longer to rebound. And if we have any dips in our cost, that could backfire on us. But going to a 3-year payback would save us about $120,000. Now, that is an option. I want to make sure everybody's aware of it, because it's a legitimate option, but given where our fund is, I think both Trina and Sue are hesitant to make that recommendation. But I want to make sure council's aware that that is an option. It's a macro option because it's making an assumption change in it and saving $120,000. But the risk we run is that you see what's happened when our fund has had trouble. 4 years ago, the fund was flush with cash. We were being accused of hoarding the money and using it to buy garbage trucks. I assure you, this didn't go towards garbage trucks. This went to fund some very serious health care costs.
Did you point that out, Mark, in 2010 and 2011, the 442 and the 558 that was used to?
No, I didn't. Thank you, Sue. If you look on,
buy down premiums.
We were buying down the premiums.
That was really what we used to do with it. Like we'd be buying down the premiums.
We bought down half of it. Half of the surplus we bought down.
Half the surplus. We did that a couple of years in a row.
And we did that, and it helped with the general fund balancing. But Then we did it a third year in 2012, and that's when things went south. And so not only did we lose what we did on the premium moderation, we lost that and then some. And that's when we got hit with the 1.7. It was just, that was devastating.
We're in general, we know the fire department administration is already on the high end of age. What's our workforce? Because the higher your workforce is, as you said, so this is just a crapshoot on the medical claims. We have no clue.
47.
Yeah, when we did the salary study, we took a look at the demographics too, because we wanted to, if there was a wave of retirements, we wanted to change those structures so we could take advantage of that when we hired people in. So yeah, we have a significant bubble that.
So we could very well have a high medical claims again.
If we were to decide to discontinue self-funding, what would be the process? Do we do an RFP for a provider, and how quickly could we get that process going? I mean, what could be the significant cost savings to go outside?
I think if you take a look at it, I don't think the savings are all that you say, because they will do an underwriting of us, and they will charge us based on our track record. I mean, take a look at, remember, our stop loss is 16% of our book. So we've got insurance to cover the high end of things. That will not go away. And they're increasing those costs pretty significantly because they're concerned about that. Take a look at stop losses going from $1,437,000 to $1,680,000. That is, if I do my math right, it's about a 30% increase on stop loss insurance alone.
Can I just throw out a few numbers? I don't know if they're interested in the trend since 2010, the high claims that we had over 75. It's significant.
And I guess to add to that too, I know the council members have their experience based on their time on the council. But when I came here in 1999, the health insurance fund was in very difficult, dire straits. So over a 2-year period, we increased the premium by 52%. That was very difficult for the employees to swallow. But since that time, we've had single-digit increases all up until this most recent period that the council members, with the exception of Burke, have been on. And in my dialogue with other HR directors, without giving them up here on television, they understand the value of self-funding as well, and the flexibility that might be necessary if we are going to continue to go forward with the clinic. So those partners that we're involved in right now are contemplating the idea of going to self-funding as a result of this decision too, and others. So I just want to give you those extra facts to consider, and I don't mean to disagree, but I also don't want you to overreact based on this short time frame that you're looking at right now and trying to come up with solutions to address.
With that said, I'll respond to Councilor Cummings' question. We can look at that. Could we do it for this year? I think we're already too late to do it for this year. But can we do it for 2016? We can take a look at that option and show you what the market would bear. We can also, I think a couple years ago, we compared it to the state plan, which we could go to as well.
That's what the county went to.
But the county is secretly saying maybe that wasn't such a good decision.
I don't know. They're going to start it as the first of the year.
They just switched their plan from one provider to the other as a result of the work that we're working on with the clinic.
Right. HGH or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's not the state plan, but they're going to a
Wisconsin Counties Association.
Wisconsin Counties Association plan.
I think we need to. Yeah, because this is a whole separate workshop. We got to get back to the budget.
This is the big stuff.
We've got other employees that are still here, and it's almost 9 o'clock, so I think we got to get back to
this should
what we
have been
can
a separate
control.
discussion.
Well, it's part of admin services, so they get what they reap what you sow.
But it should have been the end of the admin.
I think Tony and Urban and Greener should have bought them dinner to get in front.
They're waiting for me to buy after this is over, so don't feel too
late
for them.
Okay.
Good discussion, though.
Purchasing would be our next budget, and purchasing. Tell me what page it's on.
53.
53
Thanks,
it is.
Thanks, Jim.
57? Jennifer?
53.
Okay, purchasing. Very little change in this budget. You can see from the line items, they're pretty much static. There's a small increase in the pay line and also in the benefits line, but there's not a lot of wiggle room.
This is essentially a support department. Most of costs that outside of personnel are really done online now with the services that we have with Novus Vendor. So advertising and marketing is minimal compared to what it's been in the past.
Looks like we have one area where we're having in-house troubles with the process with other departments, getting products or services or something.
Want to talk about that, John? The
Yeah,
performance measure?
low percentage rate compared to all the other ones.
Well, I think this is one thing we want to do to kind of just make sure we're doing our jobs internally is to put out these surveys, which we did. Didn't give us a huge response. We had 66. But I think we tried to kind of get the pulse of how we're doing across the organization with folks and all kinds of different things that we provide through purchasing. And I think we're actually very pleased with the results on most of them. I think part of maybe that question is people didn't really understand in what respect does that pertain to them personally with their particular purchase. So we'll continue to put the surveys out and continue to have it, build on it where we can. I think the significant accomplishments kind of speak for themselves. I can certainly go into any of those details if you want.
When we get to the CIP discussion, you're going to see one of the things that John has done for us is we've asked him to pretty much be the central purchasing for not just commodities, but for our HVAC program and for our parking lot program, so that we have a central location that we can spend these on a more judicious basis, rather than having a single department come here and beg for their own HVAC system. John takes a look at all of them. He brings them into me, and we give, essentially, in the CIP, we have an allowance. And we prioritize the most important HVAC and roofing projects, and those are the ones that get done. And I think it's worked very well because John gets the other departments to recognize this is why the museum next year is getting the priority on the roof project. This past year, it was a library. And everybody's different based on their individual needs. And John's made it a lot easier to get us through that process. And then he, with that allowance that he has, he comes in and says, I think we have an opportunity to do something that maybe we didn't think about earlier, because he sees the buying power, and John recognized that. So it's a pretty effective program.
I think that program has also opened up a lot of dialogue with planning, which hasn't always been there for long-term projects. And I think having that list and looking at things on a regular basis gets departments talking to each other about other things they've got going on, and they kind of can better appreciate what other folks have got going on, and they can understand the process. And to Mark's point, I think it's just been a much more open process and really allowed us to plan better. So
Plan and hopefully budget better.
Yep.
You want to go through John's stuff since he's up here, Mark, or you want to crunch through it?
As long as you don't mind flipping pages, it probably makes it more efficient. Just John, and then
that would be his first budget, facilities maintenance on 67, if you want to continue to go that way. And John isn't responsible for all of the facilities the city owns. He's responsible for City Hall, the safety building, the Grand Opera House, which we'll get into a little bit later, and Convention Center. What else am I missing, John?
It's right down there.
Okay. Okay.
want to point out one item in particular. Utilities is going up more than you'll see in other departments. We took over the ownership of the Armory off of Sawyer Street. That had been ours for years, but the Army had been hanging on to it. Finally, they let go of it. We are looking at ways to get that facility up to speed. You'll hear more about that with the CIP, as well as that our facilities account that we have. But electricity is going up to account for that there. Some overflow storage from the electrical division, the museum, the police department. You're going to see them put some things over there, and the clerks. But we've got minimal utilities there. We're not heating it for people to have offices over there. It's cool storage, not necessarily cold storage. But that accounts for probably the increase that you see there in that budget.
There's a slight also increase related to that same building in 6426. Mark's point, we had to plan for other incidentals that we expect next year when we're taking care of that building. It's a sizable building we're adding on to our responsibilities, about 10,000 square feet, and there's a lot of unknowns, so we budgeted an additional $4,000 there. I'm sorry, yep.
But you flip some things around there, though.
The account designation, that was an accounting thing that we worked with. Finance wanted to have those tracked better, so they basically flopped those numbers and then added the difference there to 6426.
It's the whole contractual services subcategory. So you'll see that it goes from 74.7 to 75.
From the total.
That's what you're referring to.
Yep.
Combination of things there.
The next one John has is media services, and that's right on the next page, 71. Again, it's a pretty small budget.
One change in this is 6406. We had a $1,700 increase, and that is related to the new editors that we purchased. We thought we could purchase the software through the CIP when we bought them, but now Adobe requires that that's a cloud-based software, so it's an annual fee we have to absorb that way, and so that was an unforeseen.
Next one would be on 79, that'd be the Grand Opera House.
The Grand, we haven't talked about that in a while.
And John works with also the Grand Opera House Advisory Board. Those folks are tasked with taking a look at the facility. John is the liaison to that group. So that's our affiliation with the Grand. We manage the building itself. Also, I think you know the Grand Opera House Foundation is responsible for managing the operations and the director and all that kind of stuff. So we're the landlord. And I know we've invested a significant amount of money in the past. I know that the director, Joe Furlow, is very grateful for that. So his expectations for additional investment have been very reasonable, and we appreciate that.
And we've been working hard in our facilities with all of the facility managers at the Grand, the Convention Center, the Safety Building, Senior Center, the areas that we work in, to really, again, keep that dialogue open with those folks, make sure we're meeting their needs and getting our work done. And I think that process has really improved over the last 5 years, and I'd like to think those facility managers feel the same way. So we really have improved a lot of processes in terms of tracking what needs to be done and how it's done and how long it takes us to do things, and really communication is key to all that. So I think we've really improved in those areas with these folks. And it's a credit to our staff. Our facility staff really take a lot of pride in making sure the job is done right the first time and working with all these folks. So.
Next budget would be the Convention Center. That's the very next one in line.
It's important to go to page 83 on this one because it shows more of the guts of how the mechanics work. This is the hotel tax fund. We call it the Convention Center Fund because the funds that we keep for our purposes are for the Convention Center. But you can see that the miscellaneous contractual services is actually our payment to the CVB. That's the room tax. The CVB's share of the room tax goes to them through that account on page 83, which is 6466 miscellaneous contractual services. You see that the number's gone up ever since the Best Western reopened. That's been a big increase, which has been very good. We also manage a lot of other costs associated with the convention center through here because that's what we keep our share of the money for, is to operate facilities issues with the convention center. And I know John spends a lot of time talking to Dan Shetter, whether it's HVAC or wireless internet, which was not contemplated even back as recent as 2008. It's just those demands, and Dan's a blessing and a curse. Dan takes care of that convention center. Let me tell you, Dan Shetter looks at that, manages it. The entire company does. That's the upside. The downside is he's contacting John and Terry a lot to make sure that place stays up to snuff.
As well as Tony, so it works out well that Tony's in the department too, and he does his fair share to make sure that, and he understands how important it is for the hotel to be successful, so.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, Trina. You'll see that one of the line items, 6479 other utilities, that number's going down. That was the agreement we had with the hotel about them gradually assuming full responsibility for the utilities. There was a little bit of a contractual issue that we addressed early on, and that was how we did it. So it's slowly going down.
You know, John, when that's going to evaporate, or
I
Trina?
believe next year.
Next year is the last
16.
year?
Yeah, I think it's
16.
So then we'll be down to zero, so that'll be a little bit of relief there.
You can see the hotel tax for the Grand has been going up, and it's really the result of the room tax going up. That was the purpose of our discussion today. I'll be providing a little bit of an update to council shortly, but we're looking at perhaps an interim agreement that caps that, so we can give us more time to have a more thorough discussion. Is that a fair statement? Thorough discussion about what is appropriate for the Grand in the long term and what's fair to the CVB as our marketing and promotion entity. So while we may see that number go down on the line item for the Grand for a 2-year basis, it'll really just get to the CVB and let them reap more of the rewards for the efforts that they've done to promote and bring folks to town. So that's kind of what we're looking at, but we're only looking at that as an interim thing. It's got to go to the Grand board because it's a negotiated thing, but so their board and council, I'll be bringing that back to you once we hear from the Grand board, and then the idea would be to use that 2 years to really open up the dialogue about what we want to get done there, what's the appropriate way to fund operations at the Grand, and then try to help the CVB work a little better. So that's a little, it's out of John Urban's area, but that's where the numbers are for these. Questions?
Just 85.
Essentially, are you familiar enough with it, Trina, to talk about? Or
what's the implication for us? What's the implication for our budget, if any, in the council?
So this is the debt payment that the city is making, and we offset a portion of the hotel motel tax to pay this debt. What is very positive is originally, when this schedule was originally made, the payments went through 2024, but as the hotel motel tax has increased, you'll see that the payments are ending much sooner for the payback of that. Well, a couple years.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
The next item that John also works with is the ramp. That's on page 87.
We created a separate fund when we worked out that arrangement with how we were going to deal with the hotel ramp, because remember there was that issue about ownership, and just for the record, the land underneath the garage is actually owned by City Center Associates, Jim Larson, Kirk Kepler, and that group. The garage itself is owned by the hotel, but it's leased to us, and then we then we lease it back to them to use it. It's a complicated formula that was as a result of getting a grant 35 years ago. But what we did when we got the hotel, and we said we need to add a surcharge on the hotel bill. It used to be, years ago, it was 60 cents. Now it's going to be going up from $2 to $3, and that gets put into this fund, and we use this to pay for improvements in the parking garage. So this stays out of the convention center. We created a separate fund just for this so that we can show Mr. Shetter exactly what these funds are going towards. And actually, John and he work together when they make requests. We've got that, what was the Walker study? There was a consulting firm we used, Carl Walker, to identify improvements that we knew we needed to get done. And so those improvements, as well as any other improvements that come up. Now, I will say that the hotel does a good job of, keeping it clean, but we've got to go in there periodically and do some bigger things.
And we've done some recent, the council may remember, we've done some recent improvements. Norcon did a series of improvements the last year or two, and through the Carl Walker study. And in fact, we just met with Carl Walker, I think a month or so ago, with Jim Collins to talk about some other things that need to be done down there at that ramp in the near future. And Mark says it's all about making that ramp as presentable and something that people would like to stay at when they're at the hotel. It's got to be a nice ramp, so we get it. I mean,
keeping pieces from falling off.
Yeah.
And, not to brag too much about John, because he's not going to do it himself, but I think that, Mark mentioned it earlier, the element of planning that is applied to this area is another example of, being able to hopefully project the expenses and budget more appropriately. That Carl Walker study wasn't just a study of the current state of affairs. The study looks at what was needed to be repaired and what might need to be repaired over time, projected into the future. So we needed to bring the ramp up to snuff, and that was done, and we were able to show that to the hotel owners. They were very satisfied, I think, with that assessment of the structure itself, and then they could take a look at what the future might look like too. So I think that was a well worth it for us to invest in that study.
And you can see on page 89, we've got a generic parking lot improvements, $51,500 and $30,000 for LED light improvements. The idea is that they're paying for these improvements. This will help them on the utility side of things because they're footing the bill for these utilities now, right? Or is it coming out of the fund, John? Coming out of the fund?
Coming out of the fund. The utilities are all in that.
So this will save the fund money by investing in those LED lights.
Is there ever a possibility that ramp could be sold to the hotel, or because of the grant, that can never take place?
No, there's a 75-year lease that we're about halfway through.
Okay.
And that is something for the hotel and city center to work out, and I hope to be in a rocking chair by the time.
So we get to finally dump something on another council. All right.
I think it'll be out of our hands.
Hell no. No.
It will be out of our hands by then.
I'll be long gone.
Well, let's see. I think the next one that John has, Facility Improvement Fund. That's a new one.
What page?
That is on page 281.
Thank you.
These are the proceeds that we get from our lease of the public safety building to Winnebago County. Having discussions with Mr. Harris about renewing that lease. The most recent term is ending, and we anticipate that in December we'll have a lease agreement to bring to you. We had adjusted those rents. Well, they actually had a 5-year rent-free arrangement when we bought the building from them. And a few years back, we had a rent of, I believe, $8.75 per foot, and we're currently surveying the market, and we're working with the county to see what can be do to get that amount up. But we use those funds for facility improvements, primarily with the safety building, but we're also looking at some other facilities, specifically the Sawyer area, the Sawyer Street building, because of its benefit to police and some other departments.
But again, this is another planning, budget plan model that Mark and actually Trina worked on with us to set up so we could have resources to be able to apply to these facilities. I know that that's something that, a lot of organizations are struggling with. I know the school district has, but if we can try to keep pace and look forward a little bit, it won't sneak up on us so much as it has in the past with bird maintenance. So,
Just as a point of reference, that under 2014 year-end estimate, it says grants and aid 70,000. It's just in the wrong line. That should be down in the fees and charges. That's the rent we charge to Winnebago County.
and I think Mark mentioned it, they use the courthouses, the courtrooms over there that they pay rent to us. And John, I think that's it for you, huh? So the next budget would be Tony Newman and Information Technology, and that's on page 57. And this is a pretty big budget, so there's a variety of things to take a look at here. Tony always does a good job to try to keep it as austere as he possibly can. So, and we provide this service to all the departments, so he's got to try to balance everyone's needs and try to keep the costs in line and do what he can to support all the initiatives that they're excited about, and I think he does a good job of that. One big item that you might see, other than the traditional ones that we've talked about already, you'll see some that jump out, like, for example, 6406. You want to just talk about that kind of stuff, Tony?
You'll notice a minor increase from about 8,000 to 99,000. Primarily that is goes hand in hand with 6427, which you see a pretty significant decrease, and that is moving from an in-house annually maintained package to a software as a service package for the assessor system. Moving to IAS World, which is a web-based package which will allow for field assessments. So all the assessment information that is currently done on resident will actually be real-time data.
I think you might have heard some of that information from those folks yesterday. They were talking about how they're pretty excited about the possibility.
It's overdue. I mean,
Yeah.
Tony has been on me to get this replaced for probably a good 4 years. It is outdated, and if we're going to be able to serve the public, we've got to get this up to date. And Tony feels strongly about it, that he was willing to sacrifice some other things in the budget because this was a higher priority.
Yeah, this is absolutely a must-do this year, and we did evaluate different models to make sure that we're going with not only in the short term the best solution, but long term the best solution in what's in the best interest of the city financially. And this, by far, is the route we need to take.
Tony, is that eventually going to become kind of the case with all the software used by all the departments and all of those?
No, cloud-based services are not a one-size-fits-all. Absolutely not. Good example is a financial system. I would never take that to the cloud. Some things are definitely a good case. Some things definitely are not. So, no. One of the other jumps in the 6406 is about a $9,000 cost for a CGIS mandated email encryption system. We went through our FBI audit this past year, and one of the write-ups we did receive is the fact that we do not have email encryption for any law enforcement mail accounts that actually transmit criminal information. Obviously, there is no repercussion right now because I immediately put a plan in place as to how to address the problem, and that will cost a little bit of money, but it is a mandate that we have to meet.
I want to point out a correction that you're going to get when, remember we mentioned that we're going to have some corrections on pluses and minuses. When we were making some last-minute cuts to departments, we made a cut to Tony's budget, and then we did it twice. But we will make that, we'll make that correction next Wednesday when you get it.
That's Tony.
Under 6550 minor equipment, that number should read 75,200, not 58,600. You'll see that change Tony, but there is an increase, so you have to explain yourself again before I cut you a third time.
Yeah, there is actually, it's more of a little bit of shifting going on, because you'll see a 7202 and 6550 kind of have correlating bumps, and that is because accounting practices are having us move some of the things that I normally budgeted in 7202 to 6550 because they actually fall under a $5,000 cap. So we're essentially just shifting, and you'll see that the math works out pretty darn close between those two accounts.
When we sort everything out with these other little ups and downs, this is a down, but there's other ups, and we'll have that for you on Wednesday.
Page 60, I tell you, you made the decision to cut the position already, right?
That is a typo.
Okay.
As you can see, the dollars are still there.
Yeah, I was wondering, but the position,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a typo.
So the position is still there, that's one of the options.
Correct.
Now, is that the same position that was up for cutting last year?
That is
Put
correct.
it back on?
Correct.
In this case, though, if...
Oh, you weren't doing that.
Yeah, well, it's one of the things we took a look at, and I think we'll have Tony explain it. This would propose to replace that position and bring in a contract install, basic installs on equipment, and I think Tony can explain.
Right. It wouldn't be a case of me running around to all the offices doing the deployments myself. That's by no means the possibility because I don't have enough hours in the day. It would be bringing a contracted service in to do all the deployment services, and then the additional duties that that individual does would be augmented to other staff. So it would be pretty much just a spread of the
Workload.
duties.
What would the net savings be?
Mark, do you have?
Roman numeral, page 10 is $56,400. That would be the net cost, or the net savings, excuse me.
So, all right, so 48.5 is what the position is budgeted at, and the fringes on top of that.
Less the $10,000 that we would put in for a contractor. So it would net out to $56,400.
So contract services is 10,000?
Roughly, Tony?
At the most, correct.
And he'll respond at any time of day, 24
That is deployment
hours a day,
services.
365?
That is deployment services. That is when we do our life cycle refresh at the beginning of the year. Right now, we get approximately 54 computers a year that we take the oldest 54 out, put 54 new ones in. This company would come in and, in the matter of 2 weeks, swap those computers out. All of the field work that's currently done would be augmented by other staff.
This position have quite a bit of communication.
Right now, the 24/7 on-call is just me. That's always been just me.
So, but what other duties does this position do? So, you're saying it would be offloaded to other people. Well, then that means that
They don't have time to do the other
more
stuff.
things on their desk to do. Is that going to have an impact on?
There may be delayed response in some areas. By no means would anybody left hanging, so to speak, but there would be some delays. Essentially, the other duties are telephone help desk type calls, which currently are handled by most of the IT staff now. That's spread out now. When it comes to actually going to a desktop to resolve an issue, a lot of that, through a lot of our current efficiencies, we're actually able to do from our office, including in the squad cars now. So we don't actually have to get up and go to the car or have them bring it into the parking lot. We can do it remotely now.
I mean, with all that said, I think, and maybe it's without saying, but I'll just say it anyway, we would not like to receive any additional staff cuts in our department, just like other departments have conveyed to you too. But we also understand the issues that we've been talking about all night and all the pressures that you're under in regard to the demands that we've been placing on you as a result of this budget. So certainly no one wants to reduce their staff, because we think we're pretty slim now in that regard. But it's something that if we were required to do, we would do the best job we could with it.
there's no other questions for Tony.
Tony, the next one would be insurance. That'd be Paul Greeninger.
Tony.
These are insurance and
Patiently.
risk management safety officer. That's page 63. I think that's the first budget for you.
Yes.
Paul?
Most of the insurance rates that we've been quoted for the upcoming year have been pretty constant, not been great ones. We did have a little bit of a reduction in our building and contents rate because with the government property insurance fund, we are now going to be rated on our own experience instead of the experience of the pool. And we're in the pool with a lot of the schools that you've been seeing, having fires in the gymnasiums or getting flooded out, we're getting millions of dollars to claims. We no longer will be in that group, so if we're doing okay, we should, in theory, get some, better rates. But on the flip side, if we have a catastrophe, we should expect it to go up. But so there's cost savings there. The other thing, with the new garage, we had a little bit of savings on the underground storage tanks because we got rid of some of the old ones, which they were starting to separate those out from the other ones and giving a separate insurance policy because they were so old. So we got rid of 2 there, so that was a good news for us. So otherwise, with the insurance.
Yeah, so you can see overall the bottom line is pretty good.
I just had a quick question. I could swear I saw workers' compensation on some of the individual budgets as we're looking at their, and as I look back, I noticed there's a couple of them. Are those duplicated, or are they?
Actually, you're right. That is a separate budget, but there is some connectivity between these two.
Well, if you go to page 64, take a look at page 64 and 65. The total program for insurance is $884,000. We charge out $308,000, so the net cost of the general fund is $576,000. You go to page 64, it shows you where it goes. The first line is for the city, which means the general fund. That's $576,100. So the numbers you saw they're on page 64 now. You see, so water, sewer, et cetera, if they're not in the general fund, we give them a separate charge.
Okay.
Those figures on here are a combination of all the insurances, the boiler and machinery, the property, the workers' comp.
Oh, yeah, and I just wanted to for that workers' comp.
And that'd be a good segue to workers' safety and workers' comp, which is 251. And you'll see that same number, just as you mentioned, Councilmember Fitzgerald, that 33.5. You'll see that same number there in regard to one of the numbers that is listed for safety and worker comp.
And Fitz, what page is that on, please?
Begins on 251, I'm sorry.
And this is another fund that we are self-funded. So we're having unfortunately, this year was a bad year for us in workers' comp, not because of the numbers of claims, but the severity of 5. We're in about 200,000 with 5 claims. Yeah. So we're bound to have a terrible year.
What areas?
They're all over. We had water, we had wastewater, we had police.
And so they were spread out.
Yeah, and it wasn't anything that they were doing that was terribly risky. One of them was actually down in a hole for water distribution, a little muddy. He was going to pull his foot out, and there's a suction there. Tore his meniscus. So that's 45 to 50,000 right there. So and we had a discussion about that actually at our safety committee, and I talked with the supervisors over there about possible ways that we can try to avoid something like that. So we're going to go over with the crew now. But sometimes in those areas, they're dealing in muck. There's a water leak.
And I know you heard about the volume of those sorts of circumstances this spring, too, so that probably didn't help either.
How does the clinic fit in anything you do, Paul?
At this point,
Nothing.
Discussion about that, no. We have, actually, with the services that are provided by OC Health, we prefer that people go there because we have discounted rates with them, or agreed upon rates. But in Wisconsin, we can't direct them to go there. They can still go to any doctor they want.
So if an employee gets hurt on the job, he doesn't automatically go to the clinic for a quick assessment?
They go there.
But you can't force them to.
Yeah, we
Right.
can't force them.
And also, Paul is responsible for a drug and alcohol testing program. He manages that as well, and that is something that we probably will run through the clinic to help save a little bit of money in that regard. So, as we go forward with the clinic, we think that there'll be more opportunities to possibly make it work. But also, we want employees to feel comfortable going there too. So
Sure.
some of the things that Paul deals with OC Health, it's a touchy subject.
Very.
So.
Well, what's happened with workers' comp since we switched to recycling?
The recycling, we've had just a few claims in that area.
It's usually when they step out of the vehicle.
Yeah, we had.
Put the whole sticker on the bin.
Recycling garbage.
Overfull.
They're dismounting or remounting.
And to some extent, there's still some of those larger items that they have to get out of the truck and manually, so there is still some of that. It's not completely all automated, so, but I think one of the claims that we had was somebody claiming that so I could tell you.
We've seen reductions.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
In their area, yes.
Just the category they're in is a different category, even though that type of risk, it used to be one of the highest categories. Now it's more.
Right up there with roofers.
Yeah, it was up there with roofers. Now it's more like the snowplow drivers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty fair? Yeah. One of the things, even though the fund has had some rough times, Paul and I have gone through a number of different analyses, and our floor for our fund balance is $400,000. So we're working to keep that at $400,000, and you'll see that. Hopefully, things will turn around, because if it doesn't, then we'll probably institute some type of surcharge to get ourselves back up to that. We've been slowly drawing it down because we thought $560,000 was too much. So we gently drew that down. 2014 is a rough year, so it took us down a lot farther. So we want a soft landing at 400.
Yep, you can see that on 251. So.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's on page 251. So 400,000, we're comfortable with that. We feel it's an adequate fund balance for things that could happen claim-wise, and based on our track record with the detail we've looked at, we feel that we're estimating claims of $250,000 for next year, and we feel that's acceptable, and on a little higher than normal year, that's what we can expect.
That's really all that we have for Paul, I think.
One thing I have to say, I made a promise before I came here tonight. My little daughter turns 3 tonight, so I wanted to say happy birthday, Punky McGunky.
Oh.
Happy
birthday, yes. Happy birthday.
And you didn't let him go first, Fitz? You bad man.
He's got it on tape.
Heartless.
They'll replay it.
They'll replay it.
That's right. Actually, she
Probably likes staying up.
She talked to me about staying up, so
Now,
both
Mr.
ways.
Fitzpatrick will sing happy birthday to the young.
Our present will be to have him not sing.
That's right. That would be, you're exactly right, Mayor.
There we are.
Well, there's only one more budget, I think, that we haven't discussed, and that's Police and Fire Commission. I'll ask Sue to come back up real quickly. And that's on page 75. I'm sorry, we should have covered that before when we had Sue up here.
Yeah, she could have left.
Yeah.
And Fitz, I don't mean to drag this out or backtrack, but where did the wellness program funding fall into the budget?
Health insurance.
In the health insurance.
What's that called, or what's the line item is in it?
There's several different line items. I can pull that back out.
But,
Yep.
and I can get that from you maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
I just was curious.
Sure.
Yep.
You can see it pretty easily in that additional one that we gave you, but otherwise the health insurance would be on 325.
Yeah, that
And
page
Sue can get
320.
you extra information too if you'd like.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I think with the Police and Fire Commission, you'll see in 2014, the $2,500, that additional amount. When the budget was approved last year, the initial budget was -4 firefighters. Those positions were restored, but we didn't put in the $2,500, which was for testing, background checks, and psychological tests.
And as the chiefs talked about, there are several vacancies that they are planning to fill, which is why we're back up around that $10,000 area. Again.
Okay. We do have general government. See if you can do it in 10 minutes.
I think we can.
Mayor, that's just our.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's just our budget, ain't gonna amount to nothing.
You've stayed so long, you don't want to stay for the rest?
Okay, we'll start with the council budget on page 11. Slight increase based on a little bit more money going into some materials and supplies and or clothing, the shirts, the golf shirts that we've gotten for all the council members, but we've pretty much kept the budget pretty much the same with a very few exceptions. A little bit more for membership dues. I believe that was it, part with the League of Municipalities and the Urban Alliance. Slight increase there.
Well, I'm glad to hear what we heard at the League of Municipalities. The League is going to be a little more active. Instead of being on the menu, we're going to begin trying to set the menu.
Very true. With respect to city manager's office budget.
I move to cut this entire budget.
Okay.
Which one, the city council one? Attaboy.
Yeah, we're going to swap them.
That'll be a lot.
Yeah. This is the new council budget.
The
other one is now the city manager's budget.
Any questions? It's a slight increase based on projected increases, but the operating costs are pretty much the same. Any questions? Otherwise, on there. Then we're into finance, which we have a few different accounts. Finance Department's basic budget is proposed to go up about $14,000, primarily with staffing. In fact, it's almost exclusively staffing. Shuffled some things around with Trina coming on board. We had the interim director of finance for 2014. Now we just have the full budget for 2015 with status quo on the staffing. Big increase was health insurance. The independent audit is pretty much our contract with Schenck. There's a slight increase in our contract for 2015.
How often do you bid that out?
Oh, usually every 3 to 5 years. That'll probably be something Trina will go over the course of her due diligence. I can't remember where we are in the middle of that contract.
We've actually been doing annual renewals with them, so.
So we can go out to bid at any time.
Yep.
Okay, it's probably time. The next one is the hydrant rental. You recall that was the one that we were originally going to cut and put that on the water bill, but that was essentially negated by actions of the state legislature, so we've just kept it on here. There was really no sense in doing it if we were, it was going to be a budget neutral decision. So that's still here. That's essentially account for fire protection. It's currently being collected through the tax levy.
That was one of their local control actions, right?
Yes. No questions there. Unclassified is sort of a non-departmental budget. It's summarized on page 27, but the real detail that you want to look for is on page 28. Couple things here. The unclassified expenses are primarily legal costs. This is where we pay for our attorneys for the Buck staff and the Pioneer. It's not because of, as it's been in the past, a lot of union negotiations. We've had no costs for union negotiations this year. That was done entirely by staff internally. And the only time we've used an outside counsel is usually for termination or very complex disciplinary hearings. But we've managed that. But that 160 is primarily due to those two, Buck staff and Pioneer, and I would say more Buck staff than Pioneer. The other one I will draw to your attention is uncollectible accounts. We're not being very conservative in budgeting $505,000. Quite honestly, we did reduce that by 120, was it 120,000, Trina? Yeah, we did reduce that by 120. A lot of that was expenditure restraint motivated. And our belief is that as we're balancing the budget for expenditure restraint purposes, if you get it below expenditure restraint, we'll probably up that a little bit so that we don't exceed expenditure restraint, but get it up high enough to cover ourselves just in case. But I'm going to do that not based on whatever council does with tax. You do whatever you want to do with tax. We're going to let you know about expenditure restraint, but if we've got room on expenditure restraint, I will ask that this be upped so that we have that cushion, because this number can go up, and you can see that it was $600,000 last year, $513,000 this year, so we put it at 505. I could increase this budget very easily in good conscience, so just keep that in mind that I might come back.
These are uncollectible accounts.
Mostly ambulance, but there's also, what other ones go in that one, Trina, do you recall?
The personal property and the property taxes when people will dispute their assessed value.
So those rebates that the council gives, like the Walgreens or one of those other ones, I predict that those numbers for the uncollectibles, not on the personal property, those are pretty small, but the other ones, maybe with the exception of Walgreens, I think you're going to see those go down over time.
Is there, even though you're writing them off at the end of the year to close the books for the year, there's still attempts to collect some of those from previous years? Or, and I guess, is there an income stream coming in with uncollectible funds?
On the ambulance, we have a...
2012, too.
Yes, on ambulance specifically, we use LifeQuest services, and the older they are, the higher percentage they get, but we still pursue them even after we've written them off. But they've got a pretty good handle on when they've exhausted their resources, although they are using some of that tax intercept. So we're getting a little better results on that.
Any idea kind of what roughly we're getting revenues off of? It's just been a year, right? But the revenues we're collecting on things that are written off as uncollectible previously.
They are having success with the older claims. They actually have some of the claims that were prior to them, and they are successfully collecting some of those dollars. It's not high, but we are collecting on some very old claims. I can get you an exact...
I'm just getting like hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands. I'm just saying.
Oh, let's get you some information. Yeah, because I don't have the exact number, but
is that reported in the budget somewhere as a revenue stream somewhere? Or?
Well, it'll show up in the ambulance fees when we collect on an ambulance fee. But if you're looking for how successful it's been, you're not necessarily going to see it there.
It's impacted the budget.
Yeah, we can get a report from the ambulance company. They do segregate all our claims by year and how they're collecting, so we can get a report.
Yeah, we can do that.
Mark, adjustment of salaries, it was way up in 2012. It's projecting 42.8. Is that the steps?
No. Now that we have a TA with fire, we will give you some new information on Wednesday. That's one of the things that'll sort itself out. We're going to move things into fire, and this number, now that we have a TA, we'll probably reduce it to zero.
And what's the mobile trailer tax? And that just 918 in that category? Mobile trailer tax 6466.
That is something that we have to pay to the state. We collect a mobile.
Oh, for the mobile homes?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Took me a minute to. I think
Took
I asked
me a
that
minute
last
too.
year.
9:35. It's tough.
I think I asked that last year. Now they say that.
You did.
Thank you.
Hey,
About the same time, too.
Yeah.
What I will ask with respect to the equipment fund, given the lateness of the hour, there's a lot of stuff there. Take a look at what we've done on page 32 is kind of if for lack of a better term, a homework assignment. It refers to the page in the CIP that you're going to see these. This is what we're proposing to pay for in cash as opposed to borrow for. In previous years, this is the type of stuff you would have seen. We talked about some of these items during traffic tonight with Jim, traffic signal equipment, LED replacement, LED street lighting upgrades. In the past, we were like, well, it's $25,000, so it's a capital improvement. Well, we're replacing $300 light bulbs. Now, they're expensive light bulbs, but they're only $300. It made no sense to be borrowing for those types of things. These are the things that we feel that should be paid for in cash, and we're moving them into cash. And
So would it be safe to say that this is an approximation of over the years that previous councils put this on the credit card and kind of charged interest on, and so if we were not having to pay interest on these types of purchase, any idea on what that would have freed up for operational budgets?
that's $1 million a year, so, avoiding borrowing and putting it here is going to save us, you can take $1 million. If we maintain this, this is going to help us. This is $1 million we don't have to borrow, $1 million we don't have to pay
interest on. What I'm getting at is over the years that, previous councils had kind of, to cook the books, for lack of a better term, had, instead of doing this and saying this is an operational, had put it on long-term debt. Now when it's on long-term debt, we not only pay the debt off, but we pay insurance, and so over a period of time, I'm sure that this added up to quite a bit of money, which could have freed up some operational cash.
So we can get into some of those items when we talk about the CIP on next Wednesday. And then the debt service fund, it's summarized on page 33 and 34. This shows you the revenues, the general property tax, the Build America bond credits. So this shows you where the money is coming from for the debt service fund, but it also shows you where the money is going out to. The principal on page 33 and the interest on page 34. We borrow in the latter half of the year, so you won't see any debt service for 2015 borrowing in this, because by the time we borrow for it, the payments won't be due until 2016. Anything you want to point out with this, Trina?
The one item you won't see on here is the resolution that you approved for the state trust loan of $1,250,000 for the street grading. There is no payment on that for principal or interest in 15, so it will come on to 16.
That was when Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Obviously, this is all about our debt capacity. I would say that some of Mr. Gray's suggestions on the measures were intriguing, and something we might want to talk about. And 70%, you've already given staff that directive, so it's really tracking that directive and doing it on an annual basis. And then, the other one, it was kind of the earlier discussion about our rate of increase versus the CPI. There's some intriguing arguments with that, and I would not dismiss those suggestions from Mr. Gray.
Yes, that's it. So we'll be adjourned till next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday?
Next Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Also, then we'll decide whether or not we want to have a meeting after next Wednesday.
Very good.
People bring calendars, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Thank you. I will return this to you.
Yes, thank you.